Chen Yuan was only momentarily surprised before quickly regaining his usual cold demeanor. He delivered a short yet blunt response, not convenient, not interested in adding more. As soon as he finished rejecting, he turned around and walked away without even glancing back. And there was one more thing that Chen Yuan found inconvenient to say: girls who are too forward from the start ruin the fun. I prefer the kind I instantly dislike at first sight, the kind that even makes me want to throw a punch. The more I hate them, the more interesting it gets. Only then can the system truly bind us together. These twin sisters were no ordinary figures. In Mei Yuan, Shimen Nana and Shimen Ting Ting were two hotshot names in the elite social circles. People playfully called them the Sisters of Neptune because their ability to reel in men was beyond comparison. Their fish pond? Filled exclusively with sharks. And their family background? The Shimen family was once a distinguished aristocratic lineage. However, 20 years ago, their business declined, causing them to gradually fade from the upper-class map. Yet, in just 3 short years, thanks solely to these two women, the Shimen family managed to turn the tides. As for their beauty, undeniable. Not only were they stunning, but being identical twins amplified their lethal charm. And their ultimate weapon? Summed up in just 2 words: seduction artistry. Their skill was so masterful that men fell for them as if bewitched. The younger sister turned to the elder one, her voice a mix of frustration and slight confusion. Since childhood until now, this is the first time someone has ever rejected me. What is going on? The elder sister was just as shocked, but her eyes gleamed with an unexpected light. Wait a minute, this person looks so familiar. Could it be? Is this the legendary Smoke CEO that everyone talks about? Without a moment to think further, both of them quickly ran after Chen Yuan, their voices filled with excitement. Smoke CEO, we sincerely apologize for being so abrupt earlier. I'm a huge fan of yours. I absolutely love the films you invest in, and your talent is beyond question. I truly admire and adore you. Hearing this, Chen Yuan coldly responded with just one sentence: sorry, I don't befriend fans. Then he walked steadily into the hotel without even turning his head. After hearing Chen Yuan's rejection, the twin sisters stood there, fuming. Smoke CEO, did he really speak so bluntly? This must be the first time in our lives that a heartthrob has treated us so indifferently. Weren't there rumors that Smoke CEO was a true playboy? The two sisters thought, rich kid, flirty, entangled with who knows how many beautiful women. And yet, now that the two of us have shown up, he doesn't even bother to glance our way. How strange. While the elder sister was still feeling regretful for not being able to get closer, the younger one's eyes were filled with determination. Does he think he can escape? I heard he's also attending Mr. Chin's party today. No problem, let's see how long he can keep up that cold act. Men are all the same kind, they pretend so well, but in the end, they all have to kneel at our feet. The elder sister's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Oh, you're that confident, huh? Then let's see. I want to compete with you to see who can capture Smoke CEO first. The fishing for big fish strategy of the Shimen sisters needed no further explanation. First, they took the initiative, 100%, with no concept of shyness or hesitation. Second, they were shameless to the max, presenting faces that were both innocent and charming, nearly impossible for any man to resist. Third, breaking up relationships was no big deal, whether he had a wife or girlfriend didn't matter. As long as they cast their net with enough allure, no wall was too solid to crumble. While the Sisters of Neptune were still calculating, the moment Chen Yuan stepped through the hotel's main entrance, a stunning figure appeared. Ignoring the gazes of everyone around, she lifted her dress slightly and jogged toward him without hesitation. Mr. Chen Yuan, you look completely different from what I imagined. Chen Yuan, long accustomed to rumors about himself, curled his lips into a slight smile. Oh? Miss Dai Han, in what way am I different? Dai Han was in no hurry. She continued to probe, emphasizing her point. I just saw the Shimen sisters proactively asking for your WeChat. They're stunning, with plenty of admirers, yet you seemed completely indifferent. I don't understand. I used to think you were a flirtatious young master, always surrounded by women. But now, I see you're nothing like the rumors. As she finished speaking, a hint of mischief flickered in Daihan's eyes, her curiosity about this man growing stronger. System notification, Daihan's favorability +1. Current favorability, 94 points. Chen Yuan stared at the system panel in shock, his mind filled with question marks. Huh? What's this? Daihan has always been difficult, and his favorability level increases so slowly. But today, it actually went up just because I didn't add WeChat? How does that even make sense? Meanwhile, Daihan nodded knowingly as he spoke, as if unraveling some great cosmic truth. That's right. How could an immortal cultivator like Mr. Qin Yuan possibly be swayed by mere beauty? And those girls around you, while they may seem ambiguous, they're actually just a cover to deceive the world, aren't they? That's why you were able to reject them so decisively. After all, with a pair of such top-tier twins, any ordinary person would have fallen for them long ago. As soon as these words left Daihan's mouth, Qin Yuan was at a complete loss for how to respond. How did he even come up with that? I just thought the fans' favorability was too high, making it impossible to bind tightly with the system, so it wasn't even worth worrying about. Without hesitation, Daihan took another step forward. Mr. Chen Yuan, can I be your dance partner today? In a moment of complete surprise, Chen Yuan gently reached out and took Daihan's hand. All right then, if you want to dance, I certainly don't mind. The Shimen sisters stood there, suddenly enlightened as if they had just solved a difficult equation. So that's why he turned us down, it was because of Miss Dai. Now everything is clear. The older sister couldn't help but feel resentful as she watched the scene unfold. Just now, I was even wondering if there was something wrong with my looks, but now I can rest assured. So it turns out he had already made plans with Miss Dai. If he had given us his contact information earlier, Miss Dai would have definitely found out, and that would have been the end of him. Hearing her sister's analysis, the younger one grew even more indignant. Men are all the same on the surface, they act all righteous, but deep down, it's just calculations and self-interest. If Daihan weren't here today, he wouldn't have been so cold. He would have definitely been the one rushing over to ask for our numbers instead of us having to make the first move. What makes Daihan the number one in Mei Yuan? What does she have that I don't? Is it just because of that ridiculous titled Miss Dai? Shimen Ting became increasingly furious as she spoke, the injustice seemingly taking shape in her mind. On what basis do we rack our brains and exhaust our efforts, only to catch a few second-tier rich guys, while Daihan does absolutely nothing, yet the very best men come running to her? This world is far too unfair. She was born at the finish line that others have to struggle their whole lives to reach. But no matter, time will reveal everything. We won't lose, sisters. Smoke CEO, don't think you can easily escape our sights. At that moment, from the main stage, three important figures stepped forward: Qin Wusong, Qin Wufeng, and an elegant elderly man. This elder was none other than Mr. Qin Tianfeng, the founder of the Qin family group, who had once been a master on Birth Mei Yuan 30 years ago. Qin Wufeng, always the talkative one, immediately spoke up upon spotting Chen Yuan. Grandpa, look. That guy over there is Chen Yuan, the one the sisters secretly stole the 1,000-year ginseng for. Qin hesitated, his eyes filled with curiosity. So, he is Chen Yuan? He looks so young. A man still in his youth, yet capable of toppling the entire Li family, truly unbelievable. In Qin's mind, the one who had stirred up all of Mei Yuan, brought down the Li family, and seized a vast amount of assets had to be at least a seasoned man in his 30s. Qin Wufeng added, Grandpa, he's actually 2 years younger than our sisters. This remark immediately earned him a glare from Qin Wusong. Shut up. No one said you were mute. Just then, Qin Tianfeng spoke, his voice indifferent yet carrying a sense of authority. Enough, have you two played around enough? Wusong, go and call Chen Yuan over. I've heard he's quite skilled at chess. I'd like to see whether he truly has the ability or if it's just an empty reputation. Hearing this, Qin Wusong couldn't help but feel worried. Grandpa, are you planning to bully him? No one in the entire park dares to play chess with you anymore. Don't scare my Chen Yuan. Qin Tianfeng responded with a firm voice, I'm not bullying anyone. I just want to see whether this young man, who made you steal my 1,000-year ginseng, is truly talented or not. As he spoke, Mr. Chin repeatedly struck his cane against the ground, almost cracking the floor, his overwhelming aura filling the room. Seeing his grandfather's imposing presence, Qin Wusong could only sigh helplessly. Chen Yuan, looks like you're about to be taken down by Grandpa today. I can't save you. But in the next moment, her thoughts quickly shifted, and she began crafting a new scenario in her mind. Could this be a hidden test from my grandpa? If Chen Yuan wins, does that mean he'll take a step closer to earning a place in the Qin family? But if he loses, I'm afraid both Grandpa and everyone else will laugh at him. Within moments, Qin Wusong had already stepped in front of Chen Yuan and spoke reluctantly. Chen Yuan, my grandpa is calling for you. After saying that, her expression was slightly awkward, but she couldn't hide the hint of amusement in her eyes. Seeing Qin Wusong's reluctant expression, Chen Yuan asked suspiciously, your grandpa is calling me? Then he immediately became alert, unable to help but wonder in his heart, are they trying to discuss a marriage proposal? With so many guests around, yet they're not talking to anyone else and are only staring at a young man like me, what does that mean? Meanwhile, Qin Wusong suddenly widened his eyes, his thoughts drifting away as if swept up by the wind. Could it be that Chen Yuan's age is fake? I've heard that some immortal cultivators, if they reach a high enough realm level, can not only extend their lifespan but also stay forever young. Maybe he's already over 100 years old and is just pretending to be a young man to fool people. That must be why he's mastered Go to such an unparalleled level, so skilled that no one can beat him. But if Chen Yuan really is an old man over 100 years old, I wouldn't mind. As long as he looks young, handsome, and has an 8-pack, old or young, it makes no difference to me. Pushing these thoughts aside, Qin Wusong leaned in close to Chen Yuan's ear and explained, Grandpa, I want to invite you to discuss Go. Hearing this, Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of concern flashing across his face. Go? What Go? Today is the old master's 75th birthday celebration. If I accidentally win and embarrass him, wouldn't that be a problem? This doesn't sound like a good idea at all. But Qin Wusong immediately retorted, her voice firm and unyielding, why are you men always so confident? If Grandpa wants to play chess with you, then indulge him. Why all this hesitation? And don't worry, my grandpa is a chess master, he's never lost to anyone in the park. Very quickly, the news of Qin Wusong's grandfather challenging Chen Yuan to a chess match spread throughout the banquet hall like wildfire, becoming the hot topic among the guests. He's old and still won't settle down. Everyone knows Mr. Qin used to be the chess saint, his chess skills are on a masterly level. Now he's challenging a young man, doesn't that seem like bullying? Someone immediately countered, bullying? Not at all. That guy is the CEO of Smoke. Rumor has it he once faced off against the Go prodigy from Nation N, Kimura, who swept through the Go world back then, leaving no one able to match him. In the end, it was Smoke's CEO who took the title of anti-Japanese chess grandmaster and defeated Kimura. Another person scoffed coldly, unconvinced, Kimura is nothing more than a rising star. Do they really think our country doesn't have true masters? The real old masters wouldn't even bother showing themselves. Winning against someone like him wouldn't be glorious, it'd only draw criticism for taking advantage of the inexperienced. Another person nodded in agreement and added, that's right. Winning or losing doesn't mean much. True masters are not the ones who are famous on the surface. Many masters have long since retired, they have no need for fame or fortune. Do you think they would show up just for a game of Go? Keep dreaming. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense as the Go board was set up. Mr. Qin and Chen Yuan sat facing each other, while the surrounding area was packed with influential figures. Some stood with their arms crossed, watching in silence, while others lowered their heads and whispered among themselves, Mr. Qin, playing Go against a mere youngster? Has the world gone mad? You have to understand, back in the day, Mr. Qin was a living legend, someone who made the entire Meiyuan Dakbao before him. His talent wasn't just exceptional, it had reached a level beyond what ordinary people could even fathom. And yet now, he sits across from a young man who looks no older than 20. I heard that the Smoke CEO once defeated a Go prodigy from Nation N. A prodigy?
More like a cocky kid. Let's see if he can even withstand a few moves.
Just as Mr. Chin placed his first stone on the board, the old man suddenly changed the subject and asked in a stern voice, "Kid, the 1,000-year ginseng that I treasured like gold, you ate it, didn't you?" Chen Yuan also placed a chess piece down and leisurely replied, "That's right, I ate it raw. But it was a bit sweet, not very tasty."
Mr. Chin was speechless for a moment, then immediately flew into a rage. "What? The 1,000-year ginseng that I painstakingly collected, worth an immeasurable fortune, and you just chewed it up like a carrot? What a waste, such a waste." But Chen Yuan remained calm, his tone as if he were simply narrating a story. "How is it a waste?
That plant only truly fulfills its worth when it enters my body.
Don't you know?
Ordinary people who eat it might gain a few more years of life, but some can't even digest it because it's too potent, it backfires.
Only I can fully absorb its benefits."
These words only made Mr. Chin even angrier. He slammed his chess piece down and demanded, "Then you've eaten my ginseng, how do you plan to compensate me?"
Chen Yuan remained composed, his voice indifferent as he said, "Huh? I already compensated you. Didn't you notice?
Your granddaughter, Xin Wusong, has been looking especially radiant lately, her skin glowing, firm and smooth. Just looking at her makes people want to reach out and touch.
If that's not thanks to me, then who else?"
Hearing this, Mr. Chin turned his head to look at Xin Wusong. Indeed, he noticed that his granddaughter had recently become much more beautiful, her face radiant, her skin smooth, and her demeanor exuding elegance. There really is a bit of a difference. But at the same time, Mr. Chin's gaze grew sharper. Coupled with Xin Wusong's flushed face, he suddenly sensed that something was off.
The more he stared, the guiltier Xin Wusong seemed to become.
She lowered her head, her face burning red. "Chen Yuan, you really are spouting nonsense." Immediately, countless speculations flooded Mr. Chin's mind. That bastard. Not only did he shamelessly take my ginseng without a word, but now he even dares to flaunt my granddaughter right in front of me?
Does he think this is his playground? Could it be? Has this brat actually done this and that with my granddaughter? And worse, he's dragging her into this as an excuse for compensation? If this gets out, where will my dignity go? Unable to bear it any longer, Qin Tianfeng took a deep breath.
His voice was laced with resentment, and his eyes burned red, as if they were about to explode.
"Young man, if you want my approval, dream on. First, you must defeat me at the Go board."
At this moment, Mr. Chin said nothing, yet his sharp eyes and unwavering presence spoke volumes. Just by observing the way the old man placed his pieces and that unpleasantly piercing gaze, Chen Yuan immediately understood. The old man wasn't just playing a game of chess, he was teaching him a lesson about life. Mr. Chin continued placing his pieces down, his voice turning colder. "You there? Don't think I can't see through your tricks. These little schemes of yours are nothing but petty tactics. Do you really think you can fool me? I've been playing chess long before you were even born. Winning against me? Impossible." The entire banquet hall fell silent. Every gaze locked onto the chessboard. Some people nodded in agreement with Mr. Chin, as his moves resembled a giant dragon tightening its grip, leaving Chen Yuan with no way out. Everyone believed that this time, the young man would have no choice but to bow his head in defeat. But no. Chen Yuan remained as composed as ever, calmly picking up a black piece, then another, and placing them down. After just a dozen or so moves, the once perplexing battlefield suddenly became illuminated, as if light had pierced through the fog. The board's structure gradually took shape, forcing the entire game into an inescapable framework. Chen Yuan also looked up, the corners of his mouth curling into a meaningful smile. "Old master, you call this a petty trick, but I'm afraid you've misjudged. You've lost this round." And the undeniable truth was that Chen Yuan's game had completely overwhelmed Mr. Chin's position. The crowd around them, initially bewildered by the board, suddenly erupted in exclamations. "Lost? Has the old master really lost? I can't believe it." So from the very beginning, Smoke's CEO had already calculated over a dozen moves ahead? Is he even human?
How can someone so young have reached such a level in chess?
The old master must not have been fully focused after all, his opponent is just a kid.
Who would have thought he'd need to go all out?
As for Mr. Chin, he nearly jumped out of his seat before slamming the board, his voice filled with anger. How is this possible? The great unity of heaven and earth is different from the great transformation of the devil, yet this brat managed to combine both and even transitioned between them in an instant. A best-of-3 match, losing one game means nothing. Let's play another round. I refuse to accept this. The second round had just begun, and Mr. Chin poured all his effort into it. His silvery white hair seemed to radiate an aura of menace. However, before he could even warm up, Chen Yuan trapped him in a web-like formation, sealing off every escape route. In less than half an hour, Mr. Chin slammed the table again, his whole being on the verge of exploding. Impossible, impossible.
Play again. I refuse to believe I've lost this miserably.
By the third round, everyone thought Mr. Chin would turn the tide. Yet, not even 10 minutes had passed before the chessboard turned into a battlefield. Mr. Chin's pieces were reduced to just a few isolated stragglers, standing helplessly amidst a sea of Chen Yuan's forces. At that moment, Mr. Chin wasn't merely defeated, he was utterly crushed, left with nothing. Looking at his expression, one could only see the shattering of both his rationality and pride. Now, Mr. Chin could do nothing but sit there, staring blankly, muttering incessantly, "Oh my God, in over 70 years of life, I've never been beaten this badly. 3 games, and each one worse than the last.
What did I do to encounter a Go player of such unparalleled skill?"
But at that moment, Chen Yuan raised an eyebrow, his face filled with seriousness.
"Old master, we should probably stop here. After all, today is your birthday celebration."
Xin Wusong, seeing his grandfather suffer such a crushing defeat, tugged at Chen Yuan's sleeve and spoke up, "Chen Yuan, don't keep winning like this.
Grandpa is old now.
Playing chess is for fun, not a serious competition."
Yet Chen Yuan remained indifferent and replied flatly, "I haven't even been serious.
I've only been using 50% of my strength this whole time." That statement landed like a direct punch to old Master Chin's pride. Unable to endure it any longer, he slammed the table once again.
"You dare tell me you've only been using 50% of your strength? Kid, are you saying that my 60 years of Go experience still can't match half of your ability?"
The atmosphere in the banquet hall seemed to slow by a few beats. The crowd fell silent, no one dared to breathe too loudly, afraid of further agitating old Master Chin.
Realizing he had misspoken, Chen Yuan's voice took on an innocent tone. "Oh, old Master Chin, that's not what I meant. Honestly, I think your Go skills are truly impressive.
Among all the people I've played with, you're definitely among the top."
But the more he spoke, the angrier Mr. Chin's expression became. "A junior like you dares to judge my Go skills and even gives pointers? Isn't that enough to drive someone to rage? Forget it, I'm not playing anymore."
With that, the old man resentfully threw down the Go piece, stood up, and waved his hand. "Xiao Song, Xiao Feng, take over for me and entertain the guest. I don't want to waste any more time on this guy. Playing with him is nothing but self-humiliation."
Seeing the old man storm off in anger, Xin Wusong, worried that his grandfather's blood pressure might spike, quickly ran after him. "Grandpa, slow down. Wait for me."
After the intense Go match with Chen Yuan, the atmosphere in the hotel slightly dimmed. Mr. Chin, unable to swallow the bitter words, ultimately ceded the stage to the younger generation. Yet, instead of sulking, his face grew pensive, and at times, he even let out a hearty laugh.
"Xiao Song, that guy may be arrogant, but he truly has talent. Who would have thought that in today's society, there would still be young people with such skill?
That untamed arrogance of his really reminds me of myself back in the day." Xin Wusong frowned and couldn't help but ask, "But Grandpa, you lost so obviously.
Aren't you angry?" Old Master Chin laughed heartily upon hearing that. "This old man, why would I fuss over a child? Do you think I'm that narrow-minded?
To be honest, I actually prefer people like Chen Yuan over those who spend their days trying to curry favor smooth talkers with no real knowledge." A man should have the courage to look up at the sky, the decisiveness to sweep through obstacles, not just be skilled in flowery words. Chen Yuan has strength, capability, and foresight.
He is exactly the kind of talent I want for the Qin family.
Speaking of which, I've long since let go of the fact that you secretly gave him the 1,000-year ginseng. In the future, when you two get married, he will be considered part of the Qin family as well.
There's no loss at all.
Qin Wusong lowered her head, her face flushed red.
Grandpa, who said I want to marry him?
Though her heart was filled with sweetness, she still felt a tinge of unease. It's just that things aren't that simple.
And what about Dai Han, that rival of mine?
Thinking of this, Qin Wusong felt as if she were caught in a battle of wits and emotions, with the outcome still far away. Now that I have Grandpa's backing, am I supposed to just sit here counting stars instead of charging forward?
I refuse to believe that my beauty is inferior to those girls on the internet. Dai Han, just you wait, prepare to cry beneath my radiance.
With this beauty, this aura, and Grandpa's support, I am the female lead, not you. In a corner of the banquet hall, Park Young-jae clenched his fists tightly. That damn Chen Yuan has led the entire banquet by the nose again. But just a second later, he broke into a confident smile, his eyes gleaming with a wicked glint. No matter, it's my turn to take the stage now. His assistant nodded in understanding, carefully holding a rolled-up painting in his arms. When everything fell into place, when the most illustrious figures from all over gathered, each carrying a distinct aura, it was clear that this was no ordinary banquet for the common folk.
Old Master Qin sat at the head of the table, his demeanor calm yet exuding authority. Ladies and gentlemen, it is truly an honor that you have taken time out of your precious schedules to be here today.
But just at that moment, Park Young-jae had timed his entrance perfectly. He ordered his assistant to walk straight up to Old Master Qin and began his act. Old Master Qin, it is a great honor to meet you. Today, I have brought an ancient painting. I have heard that you and the esteemed seniors here are all masters in authentication, so I would like to ask for your expertise in determining its authenticity.
Old Master Qin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh? In that case, let's take a look.
I'm curious to see what kind of painting has you so concerned. Without hesitation, the assistant carefully unrolled the painting, revealing a landscape scene, its ink strokes exuding an ancient elegance and such exquisite craftsmanship that it seemed to flow off the paper.
Everyone, take a look. This is a moonlit night on the Spring River, said to have once belonged to a renowned painter from the Ming dynasty.
When the painting was unveiled, all eyes immediately focused on the artwork laid out on the table. A classic masterpiece, covered in the dust of time, made everyone feel as if they were witnessing an invaluable treasure.
An old man in the crowd exclaimed, his eyes shining as if he had just discovered a hidden fortune, "Isn't this 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix by Tang Yin?"
But someone else immediately interjected, wait a minute, I heard that the real 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix was destroyed during the Ming dynasty. Could this be a forgery? With the demeanor of a true antique expert, Xin Tianfang examined the painting through a magnifying glass and then spoke with an air of expertise. No, look here. This is made from ephedra. Its deep golden hue is natural, exuding both antiquity and durability. And the surface of the paper is smooth but not artificially glossy. This is the real deal. Another person chimed in, unwilling to be left out of the discussion. That's right. This paper is not only resistant to insects but also waterproof, with natural coloring.
The brushwork perfectly matches Tang Yin's style.
Even though there is no signature, just look at the spirit and essence of the painting, it's undoubtedly authentic. Mr. Qin continued, his expression solemn. This could be a draft sketch by Tang Yin, not the final piece, but if it truly is an authentic work, its value would be calculated in the hundreds of millions or more. A statement like a seal of confirmation from Qin Tianfang caused the entire hall to erupt again. Yes, look closely at the ink strokes, both soft and decisive, with areas of depth and lightness, resembling the rhythm of a musical composition.
Not just anyone could draw this. If it's not Tang Yin, then it must be a master painter from the same era. But to be absolutely certain, further appraisal by experts is required.
If it truly is a draft sketch by Tang Yin, then this isn't just a work of art but a historical treasure whose value cannot be measured by money alone.
While several senior figures in the antique world scrutinized every detail with eager hands and restless eyes, Park Young-jae stood silently, the corner of his mouth curling into a half-contemptuous, half-satisfied smile. So this is the appraisal prowess of Nation H? As expected, it's nothing more than this. I know this painting is a fake, nothing but a deceptive trick. And the reason I know this is because the genuine 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix is safely in my possession, like an ace up my sleeve. But life is not that simple out of nowhere, someone interjected. Their tone carried a hint of mockery. This painting is indeed authentic, but it is not by Tang Yin. And who else could it be but Chen Yuan, striding in with unhurried steps and a confident smirk? Park Young-jae stood there, his face turning pale. Inside, he could only scream in frustration, him again. I was just about to make my move, and this guy had to steal the spotlight. At that moment, all eyes turned toward Chen Yuan. Some gaped in astonishment, while others frowned in disbelief. Mr. Sure immediately voiced his objection. Young man, what proof do you have to say such a thing? Do you have any idea what I've spent my entire life studying ancient paintings for? Someone else chimed in, him again? He's everywhere. From go to ancient paintings, who does he think he is? Does he really know more than me? Chen Yuan let out a faint chuckle, his expression carrying the unmistakable aura of an exceptional man. Tang Yin? No, not quite. This is the work of a lesser-known but highly esteemed artist in the antique world, Xia Qingyu, Tang Yin's most outstanding disciple. With that, Chen Yuan snapped his fingers, signaling the staff to prepare something. Everyone stared at him, eyes wide with curiosity, completely clueless about what he was planning to do next. As soon as Chen Yuan cut the edge of the painting, everyone felt a surge of anger. Old Master Qin fumed, "Damn it, Chen Yuan. You dare destroy an antique right in front of me?" The senior antique experts turned pale, as if a piece of their own souls had just been torn apart. But Chen Yuan paid no attention. He continued carefully cutting along the painting's edge. In just a moment, the entire hall erupted. Another painting was revealed beneath, entirely new and stunningly sharp, so vivid that everyone's eyes widened in shock. Old Master Qin, who had been furious just moments ago, now stood frozen like a statue. Damn it! What is this? How did you discover it? This hidden painting is even more beautiful than the one on the surface. Chen Yuan explained, with a faint, knowing smile. It's nothing too profound. If you look closely, the outer layer of paint has uneven colors, and the cracks don't align naturally. That's a sign that another layer is hidden beneath. In that instant, the entire room burst into an uproar, and everyone gazed at Chen Yuan with admiration. But his revelation was like the final nail in the coffin for Park Young-jae's grand scheme. All he could do was grit his teeth, his face turning ashen. How the hell is this guy so good? Why does he keep ruining all of my plans? The entire hall felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over them, only to be instantly evaporated by a visual shock. Everyone gaped, eyes wide open, staring at the hidden painting within the artwork. A 10,000-mile landscape of mountains and rivers. Wasn't this masterpiece lost for hundreds of years? So, it turns out the outer painting was merely a shell to protect the treasure within. Chen Yuan nodded knowingly, like a professor who had just caught a student's question at the perfect moment. Exactly. The artist back then deliberately painted a false outer layer to mislead people. Who would have thought that not only did future generations fall for it, but they also unknowingly preserved the treasure until today? The genius lies not just in the painting itself, but also in the way it was protected. Old Mr. Qin stood frozen for a few seconds before spinning around in excitement, even more thrilled than a child with a new toy. This man is no ordinary person. I've lived to this age, and today I've truly learned a lifelong lesson. The 10,000-mile map of mountains and rivers even bears the signature of Tian Kohan, an irrefutable piece of evidence proving that this is indeed the handwriting of Tang Taizong, Li Clan Min. A few antique experts also stepped forward to admire the painting, discussing and marveling at it. Look at the colors, the brushstrokes, this is the true Tang Yin masterpiece. People were buzzing. Oh my god, this 10,000-mile map of mountains and rivers must be priceless. Who would have thought it would appear right here, right now?
Meanwhile, I suddenly realized it felt as if I were watching a performance, and this man was the main character. Old Master Qin, though still holding a grudge against Chen Yuan over the chess match, had to admit, "Young man, this time, I concede. Not only are you an exceptional chess player, but you also have an extraordinarily keen eye.
You are truly a rare talent. But how did you figure this out?"
Chen Yuan remained composed as always, calmly replying, "It's nothing much, just sharper eyesight, that's all. If there's anything more valuable than this painting, it's the moment of astonishment on your faces. Besides, the age of the paper is suspiciously well preserved, enough for me to suspect that it's merely a protective layer for something even more important." The antique experts, having taken their time admiring the piece, then rushed over to Park Young-jae's assistant to bid 500 million.
"I'll buy it. I'll pay 700 million. 1 billion. No one is taking this from me."
The story was reaching its climax when Mr. Qin stepped forward and declared loudly, "All right, everyone, this gentleman here clearly stated that the gift would go to whoever could appraise it. And it is undeniable that Chen Yuan was the one who discovered the hidden painting within the painting, so the ownership naturally belongs to him." This declaration was like a decisive hammer blow, shattering all hopes of those raising their hands to bid.
Assistant Park Young-jae, who had brought the painting, could only manage a forced smile and didn't dare to argue. Yes, I did say it was a gift."
After speaking, he even smacked his own forehead to feign embarrassment, though everyone could clearly see the unconcealable regret in his eyes. Truly didn't expect such a masterpiece to be hidden within this painting. The antique tycoons took turns bidding, from hundreds of millions up to 1.2 billion, but Chen Yuan decisively rejected them all. The most shocking moment came when he announced that he would gift the painting as a birthday tribute to Old Master Qin, causing the entire room to erupt in astonishment. Someone just donated a treasure worth 1.2 billion, what a grand gesture. Even Old Master Qin liked it but still hesitated. "Young man, you really know how to win my favor, but I can't possibly accept such a precious treasure." Chen Yuan only gave a faint smile, his tone full of confidence. "Old Master Qin, the most valuable treasure you have isn't this painting, but your granddaughter. This is just a small token of sincerity from a junior, please don't be so reserved." Standing beside them, Qin Wusong blushed as she listened. "Oh my god, this is true love. A man who's handsome, intelligent, and generous like this. If I don't seize him, my youth would be wasted. He's giving my grandpa a treasure. This is definitely a betrothal gift. He loves me." Her thoughts soared wildly, mixed with a bit of excitement, causing her affection level to rise once more. The system notification sounded. Qin Wusong's affection level +1, current affection level at 99 points.
Ting.
Target Qin Wusong, formerly in the dog-licking status, has been utterly conquered by the host's overwhelming talent. From deep admiration, the affection level has broken past 99 points, rewarding an additional 10 enhancement points.
Remaining enhancement points, 70.
Park Young-jae stood there, his face flushed red with anger, but he still forced himself to stay calm as he spoke to his assistant. "Damn it, turns out I didn't come here today to attend a banquet, but to be a witness to his grand performance. Write my name down on the sponsorship list. 100 billion for the Qin family, immediately. Today, I refuse to believe I can't overpower his momentum."
Not only Qin Wusong but even Qin Kuyen couldn't suppress her admiration. The system notification sounded. Qin Kuyen's favorability +10, current favorability, 80 points.
Today, she had come to attend Old Master Qin's birthday banquet with the mindset of a cold and composed CEO. But she never expected that among a crowd of exceptional and brilliant individuals, Chen Yuan would appear like a dazzling beam of light, drawing her in irresistibly. "Oh my god, boss is incredible, absolutely outstanding. My boss isn't just a business genius and a master at chess, now he even has profound knowledge of antiques and calligraphy. Is this the upgraded version of a novel's main character? He was truly born to outshine all others." Thinking of this, Qin Kuyen found herself lost in memories of the past, unable to shake off the lingering guilt. A faint sense of inferiority crept into her heart. "Back then, I was completely brainwashed by Jin Jiamu. All he had to do was show a little bit of concern, and I Navelli thought he was the only one for me. Looking back now, why didn't I just slap myself awake?
It's true what they say, fate never takes everything away from a person. Luckily, I still have a chance to start over. But will the boss accept me? He's just too perfect, while I'm no longer the innocent girl I once was. Whatever, I'll give it a shot. Who knows, maybe he actually likes strong, independent women like me. Before she could let out another sigh, the playful voices of Shimen Ting Ting and Shimen Nana rang out from the front. Sis, I swear, if this smoke CEO is flirting, then I'm willing to turn into a fish and take the bait. If he were my boyfriend, forget about money, just one glance from him, and I'd be ready to give myself to him completely. As if to emphasize her words, Shimen Ting Ting even licked her lips, looking like a predator eyeing a rare and precious prey in the wild. Qin Kuyan stood there listening, feeling like she was about to faint. Shimen Nana, unwilling to back down, said, "That's right, Ting Ting, but this time, we have to team up. Smoke CEO is surrounded by world-class goddesses. If we go in alone, we'll definitely just end up as background characters." At first, it sounded like she was being humble, but then her younger sister confidently added, "But hey, we're the only twin duo. Combined, there's no way anyone can outshine us." Standing behind them, Qin Kuyan nearly fainted again, listening to the Shimen sisters plotting and scheming. These two were truly selfless, ready to throw away their dignity just to compete for a handsome guy. On top of that, they even had a sisterly pact to advance together, as if they were going into battle rather than flirting. But wait, wasn't Shimen Ting Ting holding hands with the young master of the Ma family just last week? The Ma young master had just gifted her an entire villa, yet now she was turning her back on him this fast? Changing boyfriends like changing clothes at this speed, she must have a jet engine installed, no joke. Just a moment later, the Shimen sisters gracefully strutted toward Chen Yuan. Each of them held a glass of champagne, walking with such elegance that it was as if they were on a fashion runway. Smoke CEO. Shimen Nana took the lead, her voice sweet with a hint of feigned shyness. "Smoke CEO, about the parking lot incident earlier, I hope it wasn't too much of an inconvenience for you. Please don't mind it, okay? Oh, by the way, let me introduce myself. I'm Shimen Nana, a pleasure to meet you." Before Chen Yuan could even react, Shimen Ting Ting cut in, her tone dripping with coquettish charm, enough to put anyone to shame. "Smoke CEO, you're just incredible, seriously. I admire you so much. I'm Shimen Ting Ting. May I offer you this glass of champagne?" Although Chen Yuan had a vague suspicion that something was definitely off, he reconsidered. It wouldn't be right to embarrass them in such a crowded place. Besides, the two of them were quite enthusiastic. So, keeping his cool demeanor, he gave a slight nod, "Of course." Then, with a faint smile, he picked up the champagne glass and clinked it against theirs out of sheer courtesy. Everything seemed to be going smoothly until Shimen Nana swiftly and discreetly slipped a small piece of paper into Chen Yuan's jacket pocket. Just as he turned around, barely having time to catch his breath, Shimen Ting Ting did the exact same motion. Her hands moved like lightning, so skillful and fluid that he couldn't even react in time. Once done, the two sisters flashed Chen Yuan the sweetest smile possible before gracefully walking away as if there had never been a farewell. Chen Yuan knew these two were definitely up to something, but curiosity got the better of him. He pulled out the two slips of paper to take a look. However, the content inside was completely unexpected. "Smoke CEO, Emperor Hotel, tonight, room 1608. I'll be waiting for you. Shimen Nana." The second note was identical, except for one small change. "Smoke CEO, Emperor Hotel, tonight, room 1608. I'll be waiting for you. Shimen Ting Ting." Holding both notes in his hands, Chen Yuan stood frozen for a few seconds. He looked back and forth, double-checking the room number just to be sure. The result was unmistakable. It was the same room, no difference at all. Damn it, what the hell is going on? These two sisters are full of tricks. So it turns out that not only did they offer me a drink, but they also set up a whole scripted collaboration to pull me into their sisterly showdown. It's not exactly a new tactic, but damn, it's one hell of a surprise. He thought, if we're talking about attack speed, then I could definitely claim the throne in the Predator world.
But what I didn't expect was that both of them would actually book the same room together. I have no idea whether they really intend to split it evenly or if this is just a trick to throw me off and trap me in their net. Inside Chen Yuan's mind, wild speculations began to unfold. And once he started overthinking, there was no stopping him. Could it be that all the girls from Mei Yuan are this open-minded? Or is this just some modern social greeting? People always say that things that come too easily are usually fake. There are plenty of high-caliber girls waiting for me to make a move. Why would I get involved with the kind that just deliver themselves to my doorstep? There's no way they're clean, but did they really have to go as far as booking the same room together? Suspicious. No, this is definitely a trap. I can't rule out the possibility that these two are assassins from some secret organization, probably from the dark web. Yeah, that must be it. The dark web definitely sent them here. But wait, wasn't the dark web replaced by dedicated networks? Maybe they switched to offline operations after realizing they couldn't take me down online. And they really thought they could seduce me? What an insult! Life is long, and there are plenty of women out there. No one can fool Chen Yuan. As soon as the thought ended, Chen Yuan turned the 2 sheets of paper into crumpled balls, casually tossed them into the trash can, and walked away with an air of confidence. In a hidden corner, Dai Han silently observed his every move. Whether by accident or design, Dai Han's eyes remained fixed on Chen Yuan, as if afraid of missing any intriguing moment. Then, the opportunity arrived when Chen Yuan turned away. She immediately picked up the 2 sheets of paper and unfolded them to read. But before she could even finish the first line, Dai Han's face flushed red. Before she could recover from the shock, she moved on to the second sheet, and with every line she read, a nauseating feeling churned within her. It was as if thunder had exploded in her mind, accompanied by a silent scream. Oh my God, these Shimen sisters are absolutely insane. Dai Han took a deep breath, struggling to suppress her frustration. Countless scenarios played out in her mind as she questioned herself. Truly shameless. Just a few days ago, I saw Shimen Ting all lovey-dovey with my cousin, Dai Xiong. Didn't they already have something going on? And now she dares to openly flirt with Chen Yuan, even going so far as to send him the address of a hotel? Dai Han thought, and what about Shimen Nana, the elegant and gentle little sister that everyone always praises? Wasn't she tangled up with Wan Young Master? Wait, now she's planning to stay in the same room too? These sisters are truly one of a kind, breaking every definition of shame. What will Chen Yuan do now? This trap is masterfully set, twins, no less. Any ordinary man would struggle intensely because, honestly, who could resist such a stunning pair of sisters? But will Chen Yuan fall for it? Will he be able to restrain himself against this temptation? This needs to be clarified. If Chen Yuan dares to waver, I have to get to the bottom of it. The more she thought about it, the more Dai Han's mind spun in chaos. Part of her felt restless and uneasy, while another part was half curious to see how Chen Yuan would handle this situation. In the end, she decided to become his self-appointed investigator. While Chen Yuan was still basking in his moment of triumph, Park Young-jae, the one who was usually the center of the universe, could only seethe with frustration, torn between jealousy and helpless rage, nearly ripping his shirt apart. What the hell is this? He said. A group of stunning beauties with perfect figures and gorgeous dresses kept flocking in, chatting and fawning over him. Even the twin sisters, whom I had always been deeply drawn to, secretly slipped a small note to Chen Yuan, making my heart feel as if it were being mercilessly crushed. To think that I, the dignified Prince Sansung, always admired like the morning sun, would have to endure such ruthless neglect today. At that moment, the ever-reliable assistant, who always played the role of a wise strategist whose advice never failed, spoke up, presenting a plan to shatter the suffocating atmosphere. Young master, don't be hasty. I've already arranged a grand moment for you to shine at the banquet, a calligraphy duel. I even bribed the host to invite you to participate. This is your forte, a domain where no one can compare. The moment you lift your brush and let your strokes dance like soaring dragons and phoenixes, the entire hall will be in awe. Especially those ladies. Even the Shimen sisters will surely look at you with admiration and forget about Chen Yuan instantly. Park Young-jae, upon hearing this, felt somewhat appeased, and his heart was soothed a little. That's right, calligraphy is my ultimate weapon.
Someone as talented and of noble lineage as I am, how could I possibly lose to someone like Chun Yuan? As long as I deliver a truly impressive performance, all eyes will be on me once again. Just wait.
In a moment, not only those girls but even Dai-han will have to look at me differently. Chen Yuan, let's see how long you can keep feeling smug. And then, the opportunity came faster than Park Young-jae had expected, as if the heavens had heard his deepest wishes. The host of the banquet stood up and enthusiastically announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, to make this gathering even more exciting, we propose an impromptu calligraphy competition. This is a wonderful chance for everyone to showcase their talents and passion for this traditional art." Immediately, the entire hall erupted in enthusiastic support, especially from the senior attendees, who had long held a deep appreciation for calligraphy. Even the president of the city's calligraphy association was present, making the atmosphere even more electrifying. If in the city, the four powerful families Dun Dai, Qin, Jin, and Wang were dominant, then in the imperial capital, their counterparts were no less formidable. Standing beside Qin Tianfan was Wei Chang, the representative face of one of the 8 great clans of the imperial capital. Although the Wei family had weakened over time, their vast accumulated wealth from generations past still granted them a solid place among the prestigious 8. And without a doubt, Old Wei would be the first to step onto the stage, representing Nation H in a face-off against Nation K. Park Young-jae strode forward confidently, chest lifted high, feeling as though the spotlight was about to shine upon him. At last, the time has come for me to take the stage. Park Young-jae thought, this time, there's no need for many words, just one stroke of the pen is enough to astonish everyone.
Chen Yuan? If you're that capable, then pick up the pen and sign your name. Do you think you can actually write? Dream on.
In just a moment, the entire hall will be looking at me with admiration, while Chun Yuan will be nothing more than a shadow behind me. As he entertained this thought, the corner of Park Young-jae's mouth curled up involuntarily, as if he already held victory in his grasp. But before he could showcase his skills, Old Wei suddenly collapsed to the ground, his entire body convulsing, foam forming at the corners of his mouth. The scene was like a shockwave, throwing the entire hall into chaos. Panic-stricken voices rang out, "Old Wei has fainted. Someone help. He's having a seizure." That's Old Wei from the imperial capital's 8 great clans. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to him. Call emergency services immediately. Anyone just standing there, move aside. Make way for air circulation. If you push and shove, you're completely heartless. As everyone was in a state of distress, a petite young girl rushed forward, her face deathly pale, tears streaming down her cheeks.
"Grandfather, please don't scare Xiling."
Someone exclaimed, oh, that's Wei Xiling, Old Wei's granddaughter. However, the true allure did not lie in her identity but in her pure beauty, untouched by the grime of the world. She didn't need to feign innocence or strike elegant poses, her natural aura was rare and unmatched, standing out starkly from the lavishly adorned ladies present. While everyone else was still worried about Old Wei, Park Young-jae found himself captivated by the young woman's charm. He stared at her, completely entranced, and silently compared, she truly rivals Qin Wusong or Dai-han, but this girl is much younger. If her allure is already this overwhelming before fully blooming, when she reaches her peak, she will undoubtedly be a beauty to devastate all. He even began planning how to approach her, but the sorrowful expression on her face held him back. Just then, a voice rang out, "Everyone, get out and let me take over. Little girl, let me save your grandfather please, trust me." The entire crowd immediately turned toward the source of the sound to see who it was, but the moment they laid eyes on this person, they froze for a few seconds. He was dressed as if he had just stepped out of a historical drama, flip-flops on his feet, army green shorts, and a black tank top that couldn't have looked any older. On his back, he carried a canvas bag, making him look no different from a construction worker just getting off a shift. But what shocked everyone the most was the look in his eyes, brimming with confidence, laced with a hint of arrogance. Having been interrupted like this, Park Young-jae had no choice but to swallow his frustration. "Oh my god, don't push it. Who the hell just crawled up from underground this time?"
Are you all trying to steal my spotlight? However, the surrounding crowd didn't see it that way. They immediately erupted with reactions. Where did this guy even come from? And he thinks he can treat Old Wei? Can he even take responsibility if something goes wrong? Look at him, probably just some farmer sneaking in for free food. Who even invited him? Security! Get this guy out of here! Despite the harsh words, he paid no attention, but his voice grew slightly sharp. I am also a guest. What right do you have to drive me away? Little girl, please trust me. If we don't act now, it may be too late. After speaking, he calmly reached down to his waistband and pulled out a small wooden tablet. No one knew what kind of magic was at play, but the sight of the wooden piece left the entire hall in astonishment. On its surface, a large character was clearly engraved, revealing the man's identity: Shi Yun, disciple of Bei Chen. The moment Qin Tianfang laid eyes on the wooden token, his eyes widened in shock, his body trembling as if he had just witnessed something beyond comprehension. He shouted loudly, his voice filled with excitement, "Move aside! Everyone, move aside immediately! This is Mr. Bei Chen's command token. Mr. Bei Chen himself." The crowd was stunned. The younger ones looked confused. Huh? Who is Bei Chen that Mr. Qin is reacting like this? Why does that name sound so unfamiliar? But some suddenly seemed to realize, could it be? Mr. Bei Chen is the legendary healer of the past, renowned far and wide, the one who was called Medicine King Bei Chen 60 years ago? Hearing this, everyone simultaneously took a sharp breath. 60 years ago, Mr. Bei Chen was already 60 or 70 years old. If the old master were still alive, wouldn't that mean he'd be 120 or even 130 years old by now? Could it be that the legend of the Medicine King is actually true? A single thought suddenly arose in everyone's mind. We're doomed. Looks like we've messed with the wrong person. While the crowd was still buzzing like a marketplace, he said nothing and immediately began treating Old Wei. Everyone around held their breath, fully aware of how dire Old Wei's condition was. He had suffered a sudden stroke, and the situation was so critical that even the slightest mistake could mean preparing for his funeral. Even if he survived, there was a high chance he'd be left with severe aftereffects: paralysis, loss of motor function, a crippled body. And yet, this man remained extraordinarily calm. Holding Old Wei's hand, he began pressing on key acupoints, occasionally inserting acupuncture needles into his head. In less than 10 minutes, the previously unconscious Old Wei suddenly opened his eyes. He lifted his arm, then his entire body, and stood up steadily, as if nothing had ever happened. Not a single word of boasting, not a hint of arrogance, Shi Yun gently said to Wei Xiling, "Your grandfather is fine now, take good care of him." A few seconds of silence enveloped the entire hall before a startled shout erupted, "The old man is awake! He's standing up! 10 minutes, just 10 minutes, and he's already on his feet like nothing ever happened. Who is this guy? He's incredible!" Some who had a bit of medical knowledge widened their eyes in shock. This is the Tai Chi acupuncture technique. How could someone so young possibly have mastered a technique that has been lost for so long? Wei Xiling, who had been sobbing uncontrollably just moments ago, was now so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down her face, leaving her speechless. She stepped forward, bowed deeply before Shi Yun, and choked out, "Thank you. Thank you so much for saving my grandfather. My name is Wei Xiling, and you are?" Shi Yun, looking as if it was nothing remarkable, simply replied, "I am Shi Yun." Old Wei also stepped forward, gripping his fists emotionally, "Young Master Shi Yun, thank you. If it weren't for you, this old life of mine would have been over. From now on, if you ever need anything, just come to the Wei family in the city and say the word, we will give it our all." Meanwhile, Park Young-jae was like a pressure cooker about to explode, his face flushing red. "Damn it, I just wanted to salvage a bit of my reputation today, and out of nowhere comes some show-off trying to steal the spotlight for a stranger. Why is it that every time I plan to do something, someone always shows up to ruin it? At first, I thought I'd borrow an ancient painting and casually brush a few strokes, but Chen Yuan snatched that chance before I could.
Then, just as I lifted my brush, ready to showcase my calligraphy skills, some random guy appeared out of nowhere. I've never been more humiliated. He stole my stage right from under me. Seriously, where are the rules? Where's the script? Since when do people just improvise however they want? Can't I have my moment for once? Old Wei had just finished expressing his gratitude when old Master Qin eagerly invited Shi Yun to sit down, pulling out a chair for him as if welcoming the god of wealth into his home. But this wasn't just any ordinary banquet table, it was the exclusive table reserved for the titans, the towering figures of every industry. Sitting there made it clear, Shi Yun had just made a leap straight from the ground to the heavens. Then, old Qin recounted a tearfully moving story about his benefactor from years past. Mr. Bei Chen once saved me from drowning in the Huangfu River and even guided me on the path to the success I enjoy today. Upon hearing that Shi Yun was Bei Chen's disciple, old Qin was so touched that he nearly broke into tears. He vowed, the entire Qin family, from the eldest to the youngest, from the top to the bottom, is ready to help you. Just say the word, and we'll be there immediately. The crowd, which had been eagerly eavesdropping, suddenly froze, their faces blank, eyes wide, and mouths agape as if their brains had crashed. How on earth is an unknown guy like him being treated with such reverence by old Qin and old Wei? And to be called an esteemed guest on top of that? This is insane. Even power players like Smoke CEO or Miss Dai have never been given this level of treatment. The climax came when old Qin ordered his niece, Qin Wusong, to pour wine for Shi Yun. She didn't suspect a thing and happily picked up the wine jug to serve Mr. Bei Chen's disciple. But things took a strange turn when Shi Yun coldly refused and calmly said, "No, I don't drink alcohol. Coke is fine." Everyone was stunned upon hearing that. Wait, at a table full of elders, and he's asking for Coke? Feels like he's dining at a street-side eatery. Still, Qin Wusong complied, pouring Coke exactly as Shi Yun wanted. What was remarkable was that the moment Qin Wusong began pouring the Coke into the glass, Shi Yun suddenly made a subtle move. With just a light flick of his finger, a small, semi-transparent golden needle shot straight into Qin Wusong's abdomen, yet she felt nothing at all, as if nothing had even happened. No one in the crowd noticed, but that didn't mean Chen Yuan missed the shady trick Shi Yun had just pulled. With his sharp eyes, he caught the exact moment Shi Yun flicked his fingers and made his move. And in just a few seconds, he had concluded a series of deductions so absurd they could make anyone fall off their chair. Oh, I thought he was a miracle doctor, but it turns out he's cheating like this. Old Wei was perfectly healthy and suddenly falls ill at the party. Not sick in the morning, not sick at noon, but conveniently struck down right when this guy needs to show off. And the patient isn't just anyone, it's Old Wei himself, one of the 8 great family heads in the city. Such a coincidence. These two must have picked their target in advance and staged a scene of heroically saving the day, curing the illness to earn goodwill. Thinking this far, Chen Yuan was fuming, his heart brimming with contempt. This guy is too devious, and now he even dares to set his sights on Qin Wusong. Don't you know that Wusong is the one I'm hopelessly devoted to? Who gave you permission to stick needles into her stomach? And you dare flaunt yourself as a disciple of Mr. Bei Chen? At first, I thought Mr. Bei Chen was some kind of extraordinary figure, but seeing this disciple now, the master probably isn't much better. As for Shi Yun, after finishing everything, he casually added a line, exuding the aura of a martial arts hero. "Miss Wusong, let's exchange WeChat. If you ever feel unwell in the future, just reach out to me." Seeing this arrogant demeanor, Qin Wusong was clearly not a simple person. She responded irritably, "You're the one who's sick. I'm perfectly healthy, thank you very much. No need for your concern. Every morning when I look in the mirror, I feel like I'm glowing. I feel so strong I could climb a mountain with my bare hands." Sick? Whoever's sick, that's their problem. I'm not on that list. Hearing his granddaughter's sharp words, old Master Qin felt a bit embarrassed and tried to persuade her, "Xiaoson, don't be so stubborn. Mr. Shi has a point. You saw his medical skills just now. Adding him on WeChat wouldn't hurt, would it?" Annoyed, Qin Wusong put down her bottle of Coke. "I'm not adding him.
If you want to, Grandpa, do it yourself. With that, she turned and walked away without sparing another glance, leaving Shiryun sitting there with a deep, knowing smile. Arrogant, huh? It won't be long before the Chin family comes looking for me on their own. And when that happens, I won't just be solving their health problems, I'll be dealing with this little miss as well. But on the surface, Shiryun maintained the appearance of an honest and good-natured person. It's fine, it's really fine, old Chin. Old Master Chin, feeling somewhat guilty, gave a sheepish smile.
Mr. Sure, she was spoiled from a young age, so she's a bit headstrong. If she was disrespectful in any way, I hope you won't take it to heart.
At this moment, Wei Xiling hurried over to request a WeChat connection first, speaking with deep gratitude. Brother Shiryun, if not, why don't you add me on WeChat? Today, you saved my grandpa, I will definitely repay you.
Seeing this, Shiryun immediately took action, pretending to be modest as he replied.
Little girl, you are really sensible.
While everyone was still moved by Shiryun's noble character, he suddenly turned to old Master Chin and gently reminded him. Old Chin, this time coming to Mei Yuan, I heard that Master once asked you to prepare 1,000-year-old snow mountain ginseng.
Right now, someone needs it for medicine. I wonder if you could.
Hearing this, old Master Chin's face turned awkward.
He forced a laugh, not knowing how to respond. Ahem, let's discuss this later.
The situation became uncomfortable as Shiryun's gaze remained relentless, but old Chin still had to maintain his dignity. If he gave in too easily, it would be utterly humiliating not just in front of Shiryun but also before an entire banquet full of elders. Just when he was at a loss for how to salvage the situation, the host rushed over, breaking the awkward atmosphere.
Oh, old Chin, should the calligraphy competition continue?
Old Chin immediately nodded and quickly transferred it to ease the awkwardness. Go on, let the kids have something to do.
Just standing around gets boring.
Oh, Mr. Sure, let's take a look at the calligraphy first.
Time past more than 20 minutes felt like the blink of an eye.
On stage, people were competing in a dazzling display of brushwork, performing calligraphy, filling the hall with the rich scent of ink. Park Young-jae sat in his seat, his hands and feet moving restlessly, his heart surging with excitement. I've been waiting all this time, and finally, it's my turn to shine.
If I don't make waves this time, it'll be a waste of a lifetime.
Just as Park Young-jae was about to unleash his brilliance, down below, Chen Yuan was up to something else. He quietly approached Qin Wusong from behind and led her away without a word.
Qin Wusong followed, her face full of doubt, but she remained polite as she asked, Chen Yuan, is something wrong?
Chen Yuan said nothing, only uttering a brief sentence, come with me, we're going to book a hotel room. At the mention of booking a hotel room, Qin Wusong's heart skipped a few extra beats, and after a moment of hesitation, she decided to follow Chen Yuan, flustered and bewildered. After leaving the banquet hall, the two of them went straight into the elevator and headed up to the 6th floor. But instead of going to room 1608, they went to the room directly opposite room 1605. Chen Yuan pulled a card from his pocket, swiped it lightly, and the door clicked open.
At that moment, Qin Wusong's mind froze for a split second. Chen Yuan, what are you doing?
But before she could even finish her sentence, her face flushed bright red, her heart pounded wildly, and a whirlwind of questions and complicated scenarios flooded her mind. Wait, what's happening?
What is this? Did I just walk into some kind of special situation? Don't tell me he's planning to do that. But I'm not mentally prepared at all, and now.
Meanwhile, Chen Yuan remained as cold and expressionless as ever, his demeanor revealing nothing, making every second even more nerve-wracking in Qin Wusong's eyes.
Come in first. I'll explain later.
Before she could react, Chen Yuan had already pulled her inside and slammed the door shut. The problem, however, was that the Shi-men sisters were still waiting outside and they had accidentally witnessed the entire scene through the peephole. Shi-men Ting-Ting turned to Shi-men Nana and said, Sister, I just saw Smoke CEO leading Qin Wusong into the room opposite. Shi-men Nana replied in an annoyed tone, that guy is always so cold toward us, turns out he had already made plans with Miss Qin tonight. She always pretends to be so virtuous, but now her true colors are showing. acting all innocent on the outside, but inside she's just. Before she could finish her sentence, Shimen Ting Ting suddenly cut her off, her mouth agape once again.
Wait a minute, I just saw Miss Dai appear here too. Hearing this, Shimen Nana nearly fainted. What? Dai Han is involved in this too? It turned out that Dai Han had been secretly following Chen Yuan all along.
She hadn't missed a single movement of his, from the moment he left the banquet until he reached the 6th floor. After tailing him for a while, she finally arrived in front of room 1608, holding a piece of paper given to her by the Shimen sisters, her face filled with disappointment.
So, Chen Yuan is just an ordinary man after all.
I always thought he was different, but in the end, he's just another person driven by instinct and emotions.
What a disappointment.
Just as he was about to leave in disappointment, the door to the room behind him suddenly swung open. Upon seeing Dai Han, Chen Yuan was bewildered, not understanding why she was there and completely unaware that he was now the subject of countless speculations. Before Dai Han could react, Chen Yuan immediately invited her in. "Miss Dai, you're here at just the right time.
Come on in."
With that, he swiftly grabbed her wrist and pulled her straight into the room. Across the hall, the Shimen sisters were still peeking through the peephole, eavesdropping on the scene. At this moment, both of them could hardly believe their eyes, their imaginations running wild. Shimen Ting Ting whispered, her voice full of shock, "I swear, Miss Qin and Miss Dai were just dragged into the same room together."
Oh my god, this is unbelievable. The two beauties of Mei Yuan, ranked first and second on the power list, appearing together in one room with Smoke CEO.
In Shimen Nana's mind, a storyline was already forming, complete with self-directed twists and turns. I thought they were so noble and unapproachable.
Who would have thought that behind that facade, this is what they're really like? Unbelievable.
Dai Han had just stepped into the room when the scene before her immediately left her bewildered. Qin Wusong was sitting on the sofa, looking at both of them with a gaze full of doubt, while Chen Yuan remained standing there, his demeanor serious as if he were about to announce something of great importance. Unable to hold back, Qin Wusong spoke first, his voice laced with impatience. "Chen Yuan, what exactly do you want to do?" Chen Yuan stared intently at Qin Wusong and replied with a simple sentence, yet it struck like a thunderbolt, "To heal you."
Qin Wusong's eyes widened in shock, emphasizing each word, "I'm not sick."
But Chen Yuan didn't let her argue for long. His expression had already turned frighteningly serious as he explained in a compelling tone, "You weren't, but just now, when you poured soda for Shi Yun, he secretly used a poison needle on you. If it's not removed, in just a few days, you'll fall seriously ill."
Hearing this, Qin Wusong's eyes widened even further. "Are you joking with me?" But what met her was still Chen Yuan's utterly sincere expression, making Qin Wusong fall silent for a few seconds. Do I look like someone who's joking?
After thinking for a while, Qin Wusong suddenly remembered, "Actually, at that moment, I did feel a slight sting in my stomach, like being pricked by a needle, but it was just fleeting, so I didn't pay much attention to it."
Could it really be true?
After speaking, she looked at Chen Yuan with a face full of both confusion and disbelief. But the doubts in her heart still lingered, so Qin Wusong countered, "But Shi Yun is a disciple of Mr. Bei Chen, someone my grandpa deeply respects.
How could someone from such a masterful background do something so despicable?"
Chen Yuan only responded with a faint smile before turning the question back on her. "Think about it, Old Wei was perfectly fine today," and then, out of nowhere, he suddenly collapsed from a stroke in the middle of the banquet.
Was that just a coincidence, or was it deliberately orchestrated? Which answer sounds more reasonable to you?
That question sent a jolt through Qin Wusong, leaving her stunned. The entire situation truly has too many strange points. Adding Shi Yun's cryptic hints to me, if we consider it from a probability perspective, this coincidence is almost too unbelievable. Qin Wusong immediately recounted everything to Chen Yuan, his voice full of grievance. "That's right, he even said that no matter what, I would fall ill."
No wonder he was so confident. Turns out that bastard dared to play tricks behind my back. How hateful.
And to think I trusted him so much. Hurry up and help me remove that poison needle." Chen Yuan replied, his face still cold, "If you want it removed, then first, take off your clothes."
This poison needle is not as easy to deal with as you think.
As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Woo-song's face turned red all the way to his ears. His heart pounded wildly, and his mouth stammered, unable to form words. Ah.
What did you just say? Is this really necessary?
Inside, he waged an intense internal battle, unsure of how to react to such a request. Chen Yuan maintained his emotionless expression and reminded him sternly, "This is not a joke.
The poison needle has already pierced your body. If it's not removed soon, the consequences will be unpredictable. Don't worry, I'm not someone who acts inappropriately. Besides, isn't Dai Han here as well?"
Hearing this, Shin Woo-song's face turned bright red.
She ran into the restroom while arguing, do you know?
Normally, when a doctor examines a female patient, there has to be a female nurse present. That way, it not only protects the doctor's reputation but also ensures the patient doesn't feel uncomfortable.
And why did you drag someone else in here? Do you think you're some kind of brilliant doctor?
Despite saying this, Shin Woo-song's mind was in turmoil. It's precisely because Dai Han is here that I feel uncomfortable.
Who would want to do something like this in front of others?
At that moment, Dai Han also spoke up, his voice just as irritated. That Shur-yun is truly despicable beyond words. Just to show off as some so-called miracle doctor, he's willing to harm others to draw attention.
What a shameless, vile, and disgusting person.
Chen Yuan calmly added, Shur-yun came down from the mountains and had just arrived in Meiyuan, yet he's already built connections with both the Qin family and the Wei family. Not only that, but he also seized the opportunity to display an extraordinary medical skill in front of all the prominent elites.
And those wealthy people who among them doesn't cherish their life?
Encountering a miracle doctor as skilled as the rumors claim, of course, they'd be more than willing to spend money just to befriend him. Dai Han, upon hearing this, began using her sharp reasoning to analyze the entire situation. If it were a natural illness, how could it completely recover in just a brief 10 minutes, leaving no traces whatsoever? But if Shur-yun was the one behind it, everything becomes incredibly logical. Two birds with one stone, showcasing his talent while earning gratitude. Chen Yuan responded seriously, I did consider exposing him on the spot, but think about it, if I did that, wouldn't he just turn around and claim that I was jealous of his talent? At that point, everyone at the table would think I was petty, and Old Wei would owe him a favor.
Who would take my side then?
At this moment, Shin Woo-song walked out of the restroom, interrupting the conversation. Hugging her chest tightly, her face flushed as she exclaimed, all right, Han, Chen Yuan, stop talking and just take that needle out for me quickly.
I'm still undressed here, this is so embarrassing.
As soon as she finished speaking, an indescribable feeling washed over her. It was no different than a tiny white rabbit awaiting its fate at the jaws of a wolf. Adding to her discomfort was the piercing gaze of Dai Han, which made her flustered. Her hands instinctively clutched her chest, as if trying to shield herself from the overwhelming sense of shame. Chen Yuan began examining Shin Woo-song's abdomen. Without saying a word, he pressed lightly with his index finger. But what seemed like a simple action made Shin Woo-song scream as if someone had just stabbed him. Ah!
That hurts. Chen Yuan asked, his tone still cold, is it here?
Shin Woo-song bit his lip, his face contorted in pain.
Yes, at first, I didn't feel anything, but the moment you pressed it, the pain shot straight to the sky.
Chen Yuan furrowed his brows and analyzed in an icy voice, luckily, we caught it in time. If we'd waited a few more days, this poison needle would have pierced straight into your kidney. At that point, even the hospital would have struggled to save you. And even if they could, there would still be long-term complications. Removing this needle might be a little painful, so try to endure it. At this moment, Shin Woo-song's face turned red not from anger, but from embarrassment.
She was already in a compromising position, yet Chen Yuan kept talking and talking.
To make matters worse, Dai Han was staring at her intently from the side. It took great effort for Shin Woo-song to finally force out a single word, all right. The process of removing the needle lasted 5 intense minutes, but for Shin Woo-song, it felt like an entire century. The pain was so excruciating that beads of sweat drenched her forehead, while her teeth clenched tightly as if she wanted to crush something just to vent her frustration. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was in deep concentration, his every movement as meticulous as that of a world-class surgeon. This poisonous needle was truly a rare find, small, delicate, and made of such a unique material that even modern machinery might not have been able to detect it. Because of its peculiar nature, extracting it became a tense operation, performed entirely by hand. At last, after relentless effort, Chen Yuan successfully removed the needle. All right, it's out. But before he could let his eyes scan her from head to toe, Daihan quickly stepped forward, draping a cloth over Qin Wusong while chiding, "Chen Yuan, stop staring. Wusong, put your clothes on quickly, or you'll catch a cold." This concern made Chen Yuan a little guilty, so he just stood silently on one side, making the atmosphere awkward. But Qin Wusong didn't think that way. On the contrary, he even looked a little disappointed. "At first, I thought he was going to pull me into the room and do that. If it weren't for Dai Han, would he have been unable to resist kissing me after the treatment? Or maybe even more than that? Just the thought of it makes me feel like melting into water. But it's fine, there's still plenty of time. The one I love is him, and I believe that one day, he won't be able to resist my charm." But wait a minute, Dai Han is really such a nuisance. On top of that, she even threw a warning glance at Chen Yuan, as if he were her personal property. Humph, this green tea BTCH, always inserting herself between me and Chen Yuan, like an advertisement that just won't go away. But then again, that look in Chen Yuan's eyes just now, oh my god, it was shy, curious, and even seemed like he wanted to tear my shirt off and take a closer look. Just thinking about it makes my heart pound like crazy, as if it's about to burst out of my chest. There's definitely a place for me in his heart, he's just too good at hiding it. After the tense needle-grabbing session ended, the three Chen Yuan, Daihan, and Qin Wusong returned to the banquet hall. Qin Wusong tried to maintain a composed expression, but her flushed cheeks completely betrayed her. As for Chen Yuan, he remained as cold and indifferent as ever. Meanwhile, the Shimen sisters were still glued to the peephole, eavesdropping without missing a single second. Shimen Ting Ting whispered, her voice filled with excitement, "Sis, look. Smoke CEO, Daihan, and Qin Wusong, they just came out of the room together." That was fast. Not even 20 minutes. Shimen Nana was taken aback, then murmured with deep meaning, 20 minutes is a long time. Last time I met the Dai Xiong guy, he barely lasted a minute. At this moment, the center of the hall was buzzing with excitement. People were constantly chatting, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked toward Park Young-jae. A girl suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my god, is that really the prince of Samsung Group, Park Young-jae? He's so handsome." Another young woman added, her voice filled with amazement, "Not only is he handsome, but he's also incredibly talented. He's from Nation K, yet his calligraphy is this exceptional. Look around, no one else in this entire hall can write as beautifully as he does." Hearing this, the people nearby nodded in agreement, expressing their admiration. And let's not forget Samsung in Nation K is like the king of all industries. From technology, finance, science, and engineering to even the military, there's no field they haven't had a hand in. Yet, the prince isn't just wealthy, he's also humble and well-educated. Truly, a shining star in a dark sky. While everyone was still deep in discussion, Park Young-jae stood in the center of the hall, his face filled with self-satisfaction. Finally, I have the chance to shine without anyone interfering. This is truly a top-tier performance. But where is Chen Yuan? If he were here, he wouldn't stand a chance at putting an end to my moment of glory. But the joy had barely lasted when Shuriyun suddenly stepped forward from somewhere and slowly spoke, "I won't hide it, I also know a little about calligraphy. I'd like to discuss it with young Master Park. Would that be acceptable?" His words were like a drop of water igniting an explosion in the entire room. Everyone around gasped, some nearly dropping their wine glasses. Wait, this guy just finished saving someone, and now he wants to show off his calligraphy skills too? Isn't that a bit too greedy? As for Park Young-jae, he stood frozen for a few seconds before turning to look at Shur-yun with sheer disdain in his eyes. You know calligraphy too?" Inside, Park Young-jae was shaken. Is this guy messing with me? A man from the remote wilderness like him, thinking he can compare to a prince of the Samsung Group?
Yun, exuding boundless confidence, raised his voice in response to Park Young-jae's scorn. You think you're the only one skilled in calligraphy?
In this nation H, there are plenty of calligraphy masters.
Though I've only learned a little, defeating you won't be difficult at all. The moment Park Young-jae finished speaking, his face turned sour. This guy not only wants to gain fame through medicine but now also intends to intrude into the field of calligraphy? Dream on.
You'll never steal this spotlight from me.
Before anyone could react, Yun calmly stepped forward, picked up a brush, and dipped it in ink. His demeanor exuded an overwhelming aura of intensity.
In just an instant, he began to write a poem with unparalleled vigor. 30 years of glory turned to dust, 8,000 miles of roaming beneath moonlit clouds. Do not live an ordinary life, for youth is fleeting. Do not wallow in despair, blaming your fate. Wait for the day to reclaim the rivers and mountains, to lift your face to the sky and laugh with pride. 30 years of rivers drying up, 30 years of mountains rising high. Do not underestimate the poor and humble. Yun's resonant voice as he recited the poem made everyone around feel a powerful energy emanating from each word. The verses flowed like a relentless current, washing away all doubts, while his brush strokes etched graceful yet robust lines onto the paper, alive with vitality yet carrying an unyielding strength that seemed indestructible. The crowd around looked at the calligraphy and gaped in astonishment. Oh my God, it's not just beautiful but seems to have a soul within it. Every character exudes the spirit of a true man. From these strokes alone, I can feel an unyielding and heroic will. This is not an ordinary level, this is the mastery of calligraphy at its finest. Only true masters can breathe life and power into every stroke like this. I, someone who has pursued calligraphy for years, can't help but feel inferior. Beside them, Old Wei also nodded in agreement, his voice filled with admiration. That's right. Mr. Yun is truly outstanding, worthy of being the disciple of Mr. Bei Chen. To have reached this level of calligraphy at such a young age, it's remarkable. Even I feel ashamed in comparison. But no one was as enthusiastic as Wei Xiling. She had already had a good impression of Yun before, and now she didn't hold back her praise. Grandpa, brother Yun is truly incredible. Just look at him, he's 1,000 times more impressive than that smoke CEO or whatever.
This is amazing. Both in calligraphy and medicine, he's at the pinnacle. So young, yet his future is boundless.
Wei Xiling became more and more enthusiastic as she spoke, even mercilessly mocking Chen Yuan. I hate those types who rely on money just to show off, like Smoke CEO. Flirting with Miss Dai one moment, then chasing after Miss Qin the next, all while teasing other girls. He's the textbook definition of a trap boy. On the other hand, brother Yun is simple and humble, but when the moment calls for it, he steps up like a true hero.
He even defeated the prince of the Samsung group.
A man like that is the true heartthrob in my eyes.
Meanwhile, Park Young-jae's face twisted as if he had just been slapped hard. His thoughts spiraled in frustration. What the hell is this? How could he be this strong?
I had planned to use calligraphy to prove myself since I had thoroughly investigated and confirmed that Chen Yuan knew nothing about it.
But who could have predicted this?
Chen Yuan didn't show up, and instead, a Yun came out of nowhere to ruin everything.
Damn it!
I only wanted to put on an act once to gain some reputation, but I ended up humiliating myself. If I had known this would happen, I would have rather been overshadowed by Smoke CEO. At least that wouldn't have been as shameful.
But who even is this Yun? Some nobody who came down from the mountains, yet he managed to embarrass me like this? I can't swallow this humiliation.
Just as he was still pondering his fate, Yun approached with a smirk full of challenge. Young Master Park, next time, don't bring your calligraphy to show off here in Nation H.
If you can't even compare to a countryside folk, then don't talk about putting on airs here.
You'd better go back and study for another 2 years.
But the peak of public humiliation did not stop there.
As Yun spoke, he patted Park Young-jae on the shoulder as if to console him, but, unfortunately, his hand skillfully let a bit of fine white powder fall onto Park Young-jae.
Of course, no one noticed in time.
At first, Park Young-jae was so furious that he couldn't even form a sentence, you. But a few seconds later, he suddenly froze. His hand began scratching his neck, then his back, then his arms and legs. Soon, his whole body started itching unbearably, the sensation creeping from the inside out, as if thousands of ants were crawling all over him. His face flushed red, his limbs scratched frantically, and he screamed, "It's so itchy! It's really itchy! What the hell did you do to me?" Yun maintained a calm expression and spoke in a cold yet educationally motivating and provocative tone. "Young Master Park, go back and study again. Your calligraphy is still unfinished, and your ability to stay calm is far from adequate. Young Master Park, if you kneel down and beg, perhaps I might be moved enough to help you with your treatment." These words were like the final dagger stabbing straight into Park Young-jae's pride, leaving him standing there, scratching himself while glaring at Yun with eyes full of resentment, completely unable to maintain the noble image of a Samsung prince. Right then, he began taking off his jacket in the middle of the banquet hall, shouting as he dashed out of the room, "Kneel? My ass! Just you wait, I won't let this slide. Assistant, call the doctor immediately." The scene sent the entire banquet hall into laughter, their gazes filled with both pity and ridicule. A Samsung group prince ending up like this? This is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. After that, the crowd immediately erupted in applause, their eyes filled with admiration for Yun. "Young Master Shur, you're truly incredible. Your moves are so clean and precise, yet you've managed to put the prince of the Samsung group in such a difficult position. Absolutely amazing. But offending the prince of Samsung might be a bit tricky. He definitely won't take this lying down." Another person quickly chimed in, speaking with certainty, "What's there to be afraid of? Right now, Mr. Yun has both the Qin family and the Wei family backing him. No matter how powerful Samsung is, once they're on Nation H's turf, they can't do much. Truly, heroes are often born from talented young men." Meanwhile, Qin Wusong glared at Yun, seething with frustration. "Yun, that bastard. He's causing such a commotion again. I have to expose his true colors for everyone to see." Just as she was about to step forward, Chen Yuan swiftly raised a hand in front of her, signaling her to stop. "Wait. Don't act recklessly." Then, with a mocking tone, he added, "You really think that if you charge forward now and accuse him of using dirty tricks, people will believe you? Do you have any proof?" At this moment, the entire hall buzzed with excitement upon realizing that Smoke's CEO had returned. Not only had he returned, but flanking him on both sides were the two illustrious ladies, Miss Dai and Miss Qin. His appearance was nothing short of a perfect masterpiece, leaving the gossiping crowd in awe. Hey, did anyone notice? During the calligraphy competition earlier, these ladies were nowhere to be found. My God, Smoke CEO really went all out. He's basically won over the most beautiful women in the hall. One person nodded knowingly, as if they understood everything. That's what they call the harsh reality. No matter how talented you are, you can't compete with wealth and power. Another chimed in, exactly. Mr. Yun is truly skilled, but if he wants to reach Smoke CEO's level, he's still way too green. Honestly, he might never even get there in his lifetime. While everyone was busy discussing, Yun silently looked toward Chen Yuan, a thought filled with the spirit of challenge rising in his mind. So, my true opponent has finally emerged. To me, Prince of Samsung Group, Park Young-jae, was nothing more than an appetizer. Yun continued thinking, the main event today, the one I truly want to humiliate, is none other than Smoke CEO, a national male god, idolized by thousands of fans across the entire Nation H. Let's see if he is really as good as they say. If I can defeat him in the field he is most confident in, the thrill of victory will be beyond imagination. Today, he must lose. At this thought, an indescribable excitement surged within Yun, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. But as he moved closer, he began to observe Smoke CEO more carefully. First, his left side where Dai Han stood, exuding elegance. Then, his right where Qin Wusong shone like sunlight. Yun's gaze suddenly darkened, a wave of jealousy rising in his heart. Two such beautiful women, wasted on a good-for-nothing young master from a wealthy family, what a disgrace. And this Miss Qin, she has no sense of judgment. But just wait, it won't be long before she's the one kneeling and begging me instead. Although his heart was filled with resentment, Yun's face displayed an inscrutable transformation. He appeared kind-hearted, stepped in front of Chen Yuan, clasped his hands,
and spoke in an unexpectedly friendly tone. "Greetings, Smoke CEO. I have heard of you long before I descended the mountain. Your reputation is truly immense, and your fan base is astonishingly large. I heard you are very skilled at chess. I wonder if I might have the honor of discussing a few games with you today?" In response to Shi Yun's challenge, Chen Yuan merely curled his lips into a smirk and coldly replied, "Actually, the thing I'm best at isn't playing chess." This statement made Shi Yun raise an eyebrow and tilt his head, curiosity evident in his voice as he asked, "Oh? Then what are you most skilled at?" Without any hesitation, Chen Yuan delivered a cutting remark, "What I'm best at is humiliating others." As soon as he finished speaking, without any warning, Chen Yuan launched a slap straight toward Shi Yun's face. For this strike, Chen Yuan applied 30% of his strength and a speed 15 times that of an average person. No matter how fast Shi Yun's reflexes were, Chen Yuan's speed was twice as fast, leaving Shi Yun no time to evade. The slap landed squarely on his face. The entire crowd was stunned as they watched Shi Yun soar straight into the air, sent flying at least 5 meters before crashing onto a dining table, shattering it into dozens of pieces. He lay unconscious, unable to utter another word. The sound of the table breaking, combined with the sharp slap, left the hall in a state of absolute silence. Chen Yuan looked down at Shi Yun sprawled on the floor, nodding as if he were assessing a new product. "Interesting. His reaction speed is 3 times that of an average person. He withstood a slap with 30% of my strength, and his teeth are still intact, not a single one fell out. His physical constitution must be at least 5 times stronger than a normal person's." Meanwhile, Qin Wusong and Daihan stood beside him, eyes wide in shock at Chen Yuan's actions. He was just inviting him to a game of chess. Did he really have to strike so hard? Hitting someone like this, it's as if he's crushing their spirit entirely. But Chen Yuan remained as cold as ever, replying with unwavering logic, "Don't look at me like that." Knocking him out was the fastest way to keep him from spouting nonsense. "Now, search him. We'll definitely find evidence." While everyone was still in shock, Old Wei angrily exclaimed, "Smoke CEO, do you really think this is acceptable? Mr. Shi Yun is my life-saving benefactor. You dare to hit him? Does that mean you no longer have any regard for the Wei family in this city?" Beside him, Wei Xiling, while checking on Shi Yun, cried out, "This is bad, grandfather. This guy hit too hard. Mr. Shi Yun has been knocked unconscious." Shi Yun lay there, blood already spilling from the corner of his mouth, his face deathly pale. It was clear that Chen Yuan hadn't held back at all. This wasn't just a simple attack, he had struck with the intent to send him straight to the hospital. Old Master Qin tried to suppress his fury, but the words about to explode were written all over his face. "Chen Yuan, don't you think you've gone too far today? I'll admit you're skilled and strong, but no one can live in this world while disregarding all rules. Besides, Shi Yun isn't just an ordinary person, he's the disciple of Mr. Bei Chen. And Mr. Bei Chen is the one I respect the most in my entire life. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I can no longer stand by your side." The entire atmosphere was tense, and even the bystanders gathered into a group to gossip. Wait, could it be that Smoke CEO was jealous? Seeing someone more talented than him, he gets uncomfortable, loses his temper, and ends up using excessive force? Is this just about being rich? Thinking that because he has money and power, he can do whatever he wants? Does justice even exist in this world anymore? I heard this was intentional bodily harm, and if it's severe, the sentence could be anywhere from 3 to 10 years. So today, it looks like Smoke CEO isn't just teaching someone a lesson, there are signs of an actual crime here. Call the police immediately. If people like him, who think they're above the law, aren't punished, who else could tolerate this? The scene grew increasingly heated, with rising outrage and frustration. Everyone was just waiting for someone to give the signal, ready to rush in and seize him. Seeing how tense the situation was, Qin Wusong quickly jumped in to clarify, "Wait, everyone, this isn't what you think. Grandpa, you've been misunderstood. Chen Yuan isn't the bad guy, it's that Shi Yun. He's the real villain, he's fooled all of you." As soon as Qin Wusong finished speaking, the entire atmosphere trembled violently,
as if a bomb had been thrown directly into everyone's heads. Wei Xiling suddenly sprang to her feet, her face flushed red with anger. Who is the real villain here? Brother Shiyun not only saved my grandfather but also put an end to a suspicious figure from Nation K. He is both talented and virtuous, living righteously, full of loyalty, and always humble and respectful.
He speaks gently, never hurting anyone. And what about Chen Yuan?
He bullies others with his strength, his character is questionable, he doesn't even dare to play a game of chess, and he even resorts to violence.
Tell me, who is the one truly deserving of condemnation?
Xin Wusong immediately shot back, his voice no less sharp. Little girl, you're quick with words, but have you ever considered another possibility?
Are you absolutely certain that Shiyun really saved your grandfather? Or could it all just be a carefully orchestrated act by him?
Then Xin Wusong turned to old Master Qin, his face full of grievance no matter how one looked at it. Grandpa, please don't wrongly accuse Chen Yuan. Xin Wusong continued, that guy Shiyun is not as gentle as he looks. Earlier, when I poured wine for him, my stomach suddenly hurt so much that I nearly passed out. At first, I thought it was because my period was coming, so I didn't pay much attention. But then Chen Yuan told me that it was actually because Shiyun had played dirty, stabbing a poison needle straight into my stomach. If it hadn't been removed in time, I might have suffered kidney failure and been bedridden.
Honestly, isn't this just too vicious?
Hearing this, Qin Tianfong frowned, looking shaken.
Is that true? How could something like this happen?
Shiyun looks gentle, he doesn't seem like such a vile person.
But then again, my niece is not someone who would lie.
But at that moment, Dai Han suddenly spoke up, I can testify.
This is the poison needle that Chen Yuan just removed from Wusong's stomach.
I saw it with my own eyes.
If anyone doesn't believe it, you can check for yourself.
Saying that, she took a tiny object from her sleeve and raised it high for everyone to see.
It was a slender needle, golden and semi-translucent. As soon as Dai Han pulled out the poison needle, the crowd began murmuring among themselves, their eyes filled with doubt.
Some who had previously defended Shiyun couldn't help but waver. If this is true, then doesn't that mean the person they've trusted for so long is actually a venomous snake disguised as a rabbit? The entire scene fell silent in an instant, and all eyes turned to the security guards as they searched Shiyun. In the fabric bag he carried, they not only found several suspicious acupuncture needles but also a mess of jars, bottles, and containers. At a glance, it was clear that these were not the kind of medicines with good intentions. Old Wei randomly picked up a few bottles. A single glance at the label made him jump in shock, soul-scattering powder. He glanced at the other bottle in his hand, and after reading the label, his face turned pale. Yang Dragon Pills? Wait, what are these shady-sounding products? Just looking at them, something feels off. And that wasn't even the worst of it. Among the bottles, there was one labeled with two extremely bold words, Spirit Draining Powder.
Upon reading it, Old Wei couldn't help but feel second-hand embarrassment.
Good heavens, aren't all of these just improper, indecent drugs? At this moment, Qin Wusong stepped toward Wei Xiling, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Little girl, is this really the person you've been praising so highly?
Saying he's extraordinarily talented, kind-hearted, upright, humble, and courteous. What else? Go on, list them all.
But why is his bag full of all this junk? Wei Xiling froze, her mouth slightly open, but no words came out. The very words she had once spoken now felt like a slap to her own face, making her complexion shift from pale to flushed, then from flushed back to white.
Could it be that I've really been deceived? Even the surrounding crowd began to stir.
The way they looked at Shiyun was no longer filled with admiration but instead laced with wariness and doubt. Shiyun had been unconscious for 5 minutes when, suddenly, his eyelids twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. His head was still spinning, but he immediately became aware of a searing pain on his face like someone had just dumped an entire basket of chili peppers onto it. The burning sensation reached straight into his brain, making him instantly realize a painful truth: I just got beaten to a pulp. And the one who did it was none other than Chen Yuan. In his heart, a towering hatred immediately surged, boiling like a volcano on the brink of eruption. How could this happen?
How could I be humiliated by such an ordinary person in front of so many people? My God, this is utterly unacceptable. Who am I?
The final disciple of the Medicine King, a name that commands respect from all who hear it.
And yet, here I stand among this crowd, turned into a laughingstock.
The illustrious reputation of the Medicine King, revered for a lifetime, cannot be sullied by anyone. Whoever dares to insult me deserves to be punished.
At this thought, Yun reached into the cloth bag slung over his shoulder, intending to pull out some deceitful medicine to retaliate. Wait, why is it completely empty?
He rummaged frantically, searching every corner, but the bag was entirely void of contents. Not a single trace of medicine remained.
His eyes widened in disbelief, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Where are my medicines? Where are my pills? It was only then that Yun noticed something was amiss with the atmosphere around him.
The entire crowd was staring at him with skeptical eyes. The reverence they once held for him was nowhere to be seen.
He rolled his eyes around and immediately noticed something even more terrifying.
Even Wei Xiling, the girl who used to call him Brother Yun so affectionately, was now looking at him with a strange expression.
He blinked a few times, trying to force a smile. Xiling, why are you looking at me like that? What's going on?
But instead of answering right away, Wei Xiling let out a cold snort, held up a small bottle in front of him, and questioned him on the spot.
Mr. Yun, care to explain? This spirit-draining power belongs to you, doesn't it?
Yun was initially startled when he saw the 3 large words printed on the label of the bottle: clear and undeniable.
Damn it, whether I admit it or not, I'm screwed either way. The more I try to explain, the worse it gets.
No, I have to turn this situation around somehow. Within just 2 seconds, he regained his composure, his expression turning cold and unreadable as if no search had ever taken place. Then, he casually nodded, his face remaining unchanged.
That's right, this stuff is mine. Is there a problem?
Hearing this, her heart shattered. Wei Xiling stood there, stunned, eyes wide in disbelief, her pupils reddening from overwhelming disappointment. Mr. Yun, I truly never thought you were this kind of person. Your bag is filled with nothing but such disgraceful things. Yet, Yun was quick to turn the tables, arguing absurdly.
Disgraceful? In what way? Did any of you ask for my permission before rummaging through my belongings? No, right? Then who is really being disgraceful here? What medicine do I have in my bag? What are their effects? How do they interact when combined? Do you actually understand any of this? No, you don't, yet you blindly believe baseless rumors. If that's not prejudice, then what is? Spirit-draining power isn't what you think it is.
This substance is used to assist critically ill patients, helping them regain consciousness, strengthening their will to live, reducing pain, and stimulating the nervous system to help them get through the worst.
Do you even know that? The more Wei Xiling listened, the more shaken she became. Doubt began creeping into her mind.
Yun, just now, someone said my grandfather's stroke wasn't due to illness, but because you secretly poisoned him.
This coincidence is too much. Could it really have been you?
But Yun still maintained a calm demeanor as if he had done nothing wrong.
He raised an eyebrow, his tone as confident as if he were delivering a speech. What a joke.
I started studying medicine under my master when I was 7 years old. It's been 18 years now, and saving lives has been my purpose.
I've never harmed anyone.
If I really poison Old Wei, then may I be run over by a car when I step outside, choke on my food while eating, and get stung on the face by mosquitoes while sleeping, never to have a peaceful death in this lifetime.
As soon as his harsh oath echoed through the air, the entire crowd was shaken.
Some gaped in astonishment, others nearly choked on their own saliva. No one expected him to swear so boldly.
What if he really ends up experiencing all those things after swearing?
Half of the banquet guests suddenly began to believe in Yun. Only an honest man would dare to swear like that. Even Old Wei, who had been filled with suspicion just moments ago, now showed clear signs of shame. Mr. Yun, I apologize for wrongly accusing you. I should not have judged a gentleman with the heart of a petty man. You saved my life, yet I doubted you. This is truly disgraceful of me. Rest assured, Mr. Shi, for all the injustice you have suffered today, I will personally seek justice on your behalf. As soon as these words fell, everyone understood the wind had changed direction. But just as it did, Shi suddenly spoke, his tone full of rage. Very well, I finally see things clearly now. Is this the wealthy society you all revere? A bunch of ungrateful, treacherous people who don't cherish kindness. I saved a life, yet instead of gratitude, all I receive is suspicion and interrogation as if I were a criminal. How laughable. I, Shi, walk this world with a clear conscience and have no need to lower myself to associate with heartless people like you. Farewell. With that, he let out a cold scoff, turned around, and walked away, each step exuding the aura of a man deeply wounded. Seeing this, Wei Xiling panicked and hurried after him, her voice filled with regret. Brother Shi, I'm sorry. Xiling misunderstood you. But before she could finish her apology, Shi had already disappeared, never once looking back, leaving her even more remorseful, so much so that she broke down in tears. Hou. But just a second later, Wei Xiling was bursting with momentum, charging up to Chen Yuan with a face full of fury, as if she wanted to slap him just to vent her anger. Chen Yuan, you truly are despicable. How dare you push our Wei family into disgrace? I hate you. You always wrong good people and act recklessly. You're bound to face retribution. At that very moment, a sudden ding echoed in Chen Yuan's mind, followed by a series of system notifications. Dog-licking target has been locked. Name, Wei Xiling. Age, 18. Height, 165.5 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Beauty score, 9.7. Affection level towards host, 60 points. Absolute loathing. Can't stand to look at you. After the banquet ended, Qin Tianfang quietly sought out Wei Chang, his tone full of implication. Old Wei, I'm telling you the truth. If you have the time, go get a CT scan and a blood test. I know Shi Yun's deadly oath sounded terrifying, but your health is still the most important thing. Trust people less, trust doctors more. Though I respect Mr. Beichen, that doesn't mean I have absolute faith in his disciple. Not to mention, Shi Yun even made an oath only a fool would believe him 100%. After speaking, Qin Tianfang patted Old Wei on the shoulder, the kind of gesture longtime brothers used to remind each other to take care of their health. After all, the two had been close friends for decades and knew each other too well. Old Wei raised his eyebrows slightly but didn't refute. To be honest, I've already considered that. It's just that, given the situation earlier, with so many people around, I couldn't recklessly doubt Shi Yun. After all, he once saved my life. That kind of debt can't be dismissed just because of a few rumors. Otherwise, people would say that the Wei family is ungrateful. How would we ever hold our heads high in high society? Old Wei continued, not to mention, this matter also involves Mr. Bei Chen. When dealing with someone of such stature, we must be even more cautious. Qin Tianfang narrowed his eyes at his old friend and asked with great interest, but Old Wei, you're worried about preserving the Wei family's reputation, yet have you ever considered another possibility? Aren't you afraid that by helping Shi Yun today, you'll end up offending Chen Yuan? Wei Chang waved his hand dismissively and chuckled, Chen Yuan is just a junior. What do I have to fear if I offend him? Upon hearing this, old Master Qin's expression changed instantly. A junior? I'm afraid his achievements have already far surpassed both yours and mine. Lately, I've been investigating Chen Yuan partly because of the stolen 1,000-year ginseng case, and partly because my precious granddaughter suddenly fell in love with this guy. But the more I investigated, the more shocked I became. The deeper I dug, the more I was left speechless. The further I looked, the more I wanted to blame myself for ever underestimating him. First, there's Chen Yuan's family background. On the surface, he seems quite ordinary. His parents are nothing special. But when I looked further into the investigation results, old Qin nearly spat out blood. Because, according to the gathered information, within just half a year, Chen Yuan single-handedly established an economic empire valued at over 6 trillion. But the story doesn't end there. After being shocked by Chen Yuan's unbelievable achievements, the Qin family decided to dig deeper and investigate the origins of his finances. If someone were supporting him from behind the scenes, there would certainly be traces. However, the results completely shattered the Qin family, leaving them utterly bewildered. All of Chen Yuan's capital sources were legal, without a single hint of foul play, no one backing him, and no mysterious forces supporting him. To put it bluntly, the Qin family did not have the authority to uncover Chen Yuan's true information. All his records were classified at the highest SSS level, surpassing even top government officials. Old Qin broke out in goosebumps, gripping the report tightly as cold sweat streamed down his face. I don't know who Chen Yuan truly is, but one thing is certain: this person is absolutely no ordinary individual. And if anyone dares to underestimate Chen Yuan or regard him as an unknown junior, they will likely pay a very heavy price. After leaving the banquet hall, Shi Yun did not leave the Emperor Hotel. He was not the kind of person to give up so easily. Instead, he silently disguised himself as Chen Yuan and then stealthily slipped into a guest room in the hotel to hide. He knew very well that if Old Wei foolishly went for a health checkup within the next 3 days, he would undoubtedly be exposed. If that happened, all the effort he had put into building his image, all the meticulously planned tricks, would be completely ruined. The most disastrous consequence would be the reputation of the medicine king meant to save lives being accused of poisoning and murdering someone instead. Losing his honor, falling from a miracle doctor to a criminal, and being cursed by the entire world. Not to mention, the Wei family in the city was no pushover, they would hunt him down to the very end, ensuring he had no place to stand in the capital. After hours of meticulous adjustments, Shi Yun looked at himself in the mirror and flashed an extremely cunning smile. Perfect. Absolutely flawless. A spitting image. Now, the plan to break the game is ready. Go big or go home. If I act, I see it through to the end. Kill Old Wei. As long as Old Wei dies before he has a chance to get a health checkup, everything will sink into darkness. Shi Yun thought, moreover, I can take this opportunity to pin the crime on Chen Yuan. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone: first, erasing all traces and maintaining my reputation as a miracle doctor. Second, sending that annoying Chen Yuan straight to his death. Conveniently, there has already been past conflict between Chen Yuan and the Wei family. By borrowing his identity, no matter what chaos I create or how horrifying my actions are, in the end, all the blame will fall on him. This time, even if he jumps into the Huanghe, he won't be able to wash himself clean. On Chen Yuan's side, just as Shi Yun finished disguising, a storm from across the international ocean struck fiercely. This time, Mr. X wasn't playing around. He had decided to take down Chen Yuan immediately. The kill order was issued, and this time, they weren't sending a bunch of low-level assassins to salvage some pride. Instead, they went all in with a destruction combo. End of Days Reincarnation took command, backed by 50 elite CIA operatives, each one a top-tier agent, each possessing their own specialized skill set. If they weren't using their fists, then they had plenty of mind-bending tricks up their sleeves. The rules were simple: capturing him alive was preferable, but if not, then Chen Yuan would be sent straight to meet his ancestors. As long as we don't let you continue growing stronger, because if someone like you survives, the entire underworld is as good as doomed. And this time, a full team of 50 special operatives, each in position, is lying in ambush around the hotel. In the building across the street, 10 operatives have their muzzles aimed directly at room 165, waiting for the trigger to be pulled. There's even a heavy bomb installed in the underground parking lot. With just a press of a button, the entire hotel would explode like a pot of BNHCHing left on the fire for too long. An operative reports through his earpiece, "Boss, we've got hot news. Chen Yuan is at Emperor Hotel, room 165. Muzzles are locked and loaded. Just give the nod, and we'll send this entire hotel to meet its ancestors." Upon hearing this, End of Days Reincarnation remains unfazed and holds position. Don't act recklessly. The hotel registry lists Chen Yuan in room 165, but no one has confirmed he's actually there. If we miss, it'll be a waste of effort, and we'll be the ones at a disadvantage. This guy isn't easy to deal with. Hell, even the bomb might not be enough to kill him. We need certainty before making a move.
The entire team of operatives immediately nods, all shouting in unison, "Yes, sir."
A tense yet highly professional atmosphere enveloped this campaign.
The most powerful force was going all out to take down a single person.
And everyone knew that if they failed this time, the consequences would be far more terrifying than anything they had ever imagined. Tick-tock, time kept passing, waiting for no one.
In a flash, it was already 7 am.
Report.
The target has appeared on the 12th floor corridor. I repeat, the target has appeared on the 12th floor corridor. The target just took the elevator and is now in the hotel cafeteria. It looks like he's about to have breakfast. Everyone, take your positions and prepare to move. They responded in unison, "Roger."
As for Yun, this was a heaven-sent moment. His eyes immediately swept across the scene, his mind spinning at lightning speed. As long as I finish off Old Wei right here, the Chen Yuan I'm impersonating will instantly be branded a murderer. At that point, no matter how much he tries to deny it, there's no way to clear his name. Once he's wanted by the entire nation of H, let's see if he has any place left to survive. The idea had already ignited in his mind. Yun wasted no time gripping a steel knife tightly in his hand. He advanced toward Old Wei.
Yun said, "Chen Yuan, I admit that I've underestimated you until now.
You have strength, you have speed. No matter how I look at it, you don't seem like an ordinary person.
It seems your background isn't simple either.
But still, you should never have crossed me. Offending Yun means spending the rest of your life trapped in a nightmare you can never escape.
Chen Yuan, get ready to write your will."
Yun took step after step toward Old Wei, only a few paces away.
With just a single swing of his hand, everything would be settled. But life was never that easy.
Just as he was about to strike, a sudden chill ran down his spine, his heart pounded faster, and a heavy killing intent swept over him, making him freeze for a brief second.
Damn, trouble.
Out of nowhere, a waitress carrying a tray appeared, her face tense. "Attention, everyone.
The target is in sight. Get into position and prepare to move."
And just as expected, in the blink of an eye, the waitress suddenly pulled a pistol from inside her uniform.
No words were needed, she immediately pulled the trigger.
6 gunshots rang out in quick succession, each bullet grazing past Yun's head, nearly turning it into a beehive. His heart felt like it was about to burst out of his chest, cold sweat pouring down, but luckily, his reflexes were lightning fast. His agility was that of a true master. Within a 15-meter radius, he dodged every single shot flawlessly. And the moment he avoided the bullets, he didn't just stand there. Yun struck back immediately. In the blink of an eye, he spun around, flicking his wrist to launch 3 poison-laced needles. Each one embedded itself directly into the female agent's forehead, making her collapse on the spot without even a chance to utter a final word.
"You don't know your own limits. Did you really think you could sneak attack me? Daydreaming in broad daylight?"
But before he could even finish his sentence, all the other agents suddenly leaped out, launching a full-scale assault. From security guards to chefs, every single one of them was armed, aiming their guns at him and opening fire. The moment Yun saw this, he shouted, "Damn it!" Without hesitation, without a second of doubt, he activated every last ounce of power within him. His speed doubled, his agility tripled, moving no different than the main character in some martial arts epic. He dashed like a lightning bolt, weaving through the hail of bullets, counting the number of lives he had left in his head. But dodging bullets wasn't enough. He scanned the surroundings for an escape route and immediately spotted a glimmering French-style window. Without hesitation, he charged straight for it, kicked it to shards, and leaped out from the 3rd floor. Thinking his escape was as flawless as a dream, fate had other plans.
From behind, gunfire roared deafeningly once more. The commandos hadn't given up yet. Their weapons locked and loaded, bullets zipped past him relentlessly.
No matter how fast he dodged or how refined his martial arts were, one bullet still found its mark, embedding itself into his body. Yun ran, panting heavily, his mind swirling with countless questions. WTF, who's screwing me over?
Who did I offend? Who the hell has so much free time to send a whole squad of assassins after me? Could my identity have been exposed? But how could that even be possible?
Yet, as luck would have it, life never entirely seals off a path to survival. Thanks to the heavenly talisman armor gifted by my master, I didn't end up as a perforated target right then and there. Narrowly escaping death, it's a thing that actually happens. Without thinking for long, Yun quickly scanned for an escape route and immediately spotted a brand new Porsche 911 preparing to park. Without a word, he forcefully swung the door open and yanked the man sitting inside out onto the ground.
Whoa, Smoke CEO, are you stealing my car?
The man had barely hit the pavement and managed to utter a few words when he was met with Yun's deadly glare.
This is urgent. If you don't want to die, get out of the way.
Without caring who the car belonged to anymore, Yun slammed the accelerator, and the Porsche shot forward. Meanwhile, the car's rightful owner, watching his vehicle get stolen, fumed with rage and shouted helplessly, "Damn it, Smoke CEO, you're really stealing my car?
Give it back."
At the same time, sitting in the driver's seat, Yun could barely contain his frustration.
These people are insane.
The whole lot of them are crazy. If Chen Yuan really wanted to kill me, he wouldn't need to make such a big scene. As soon as Yun barely escaped the jaws of death, the special agents at the hotel reported back to headquarters, reporting to the boss, the target just slipped out of the Emperor Hotel and is sprinting toward the Huangfu riverbank.
Chen Yuan took a direct hit, he should be in agony.
So how the hell is he still running this fast? We intended to capture him alive, but it looks like pistols and rifles won't cut it. On the other end of the line, a chilling voice growled, "Forget it. Use heavy firepower, no need to hold back, crush him with everything we've got.
By any means necessary, Chen Yuan must die today. Either he dies, or you do. Understood?"
At this moment, in the canteen of Emperor Hotel, the entire squad of special forces had come and gone in less than a heartbeat.
But this intense, blood-soaked scene left the people in the canteen feeling as if they had just been swept into a whirlwind of madness. Hoo!
Oh my god, today I actually encountered terrorists, witnessed with my own eyes the Smoke CEO being hunted down, almost went to meet my ancestors, scared out of my wits.
Wait a minute, where is this? We're in Manhwa, right?
One of the most internationalized cities, where weapon control laws are insanely strict, even toy guns require a permit. And yet today, a whole group of people is walking around with guns in broad daylight.
Hello, police? Help! There are terrorists at Emperor Hotel. They're armed, they have an entire squad.
Old Wei was still staring at the special forces who had just left, then exploded in fury, shouting, "What the hell?
Is this a 5-star hotel or the Syrian battlefield? This is outrageous."
Meanwhile, Wei Xiling clung tightly to Wei Chang's arm, her face deathly pale. "Grandpa, I'm so scared."
Wei Chang, hearing that, tried to reassure them again, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. They're probably only after Chen Yuan." But seriously, how does that guy even live his life to end up being hunted down like some action movie? Call the police, call them now.
Meanwhile, Yun was still on the run, but his mind was flooded with countless questions, a tangled mess of confusion. Damn it, what the hell is going on?
The more he thought about it, the more something felt off.
So, he started piecing everything together. These operatives are acting way too extreme, too determined. This is nothing like a simple contract killing. Suddenly, a thought struck him like lightning on a clear day. Wait a minute.
What if they're not here to kill me, but to kill Chen Yuan?
Realizing this, Yun couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Could it be that Chen Yuan somehow pissed off some powerful force and is now being hunted down? If that's the case, then damn, what rotten luck. I have nothing to do with this, yet I've been dragged into it and turned into a target.
Now it all makes sense.
Those operatives must have mistaken me for Chen Yuan, which is why they're chasing me down so relentlessly.
Thinking about this, Yun could only curse loudly. What the hell is this?
It's barely morning, and I've already almost blown up, almost got shot into Swiss cheese, almost got hunted down like the main character in an action movie.
What kind of bad luck is this? Could it be that I owed Chen Yuan some kind of massive debt in my past life? Do I have to pay for it with my life in this one? No way, I've got to get rid of this mask right now. Who on earth would wear Chen Yuan's face only to get hunted like this? But saying it was easier than doing it.
This mask wasn't some cheap market knockoff that could just be yanked off in one go.
It was custom made, stuck on like glue, and replicated Chen Yuan's features perfectly down to every detail.
There was no way to remove it immediately. To take it off, Yun needed to use a specialized solution. Scratching or pulling wouldn't do any good. While Yun was still figuring out how to slip away and deal with his face problem, an armed helicopter suddenly appeared out of nowhere, flying low overhead. Yun rolled down his car window, stuck his head out, and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Damn it, I haven't even had time to take off the mask, and they're already here."
Yun continued, "Oh my god, you got the wrong person. I'm not Chen Yuan, damn it, please."
But before he could escape the car, a rocket shot toward him like an unexpected debt coming to collect. In the blink of an eye, the luxurious, expensive vehicle transformed into a massive fireball. Smoke and dust exploded into the air, debris flying in all directions like New Year's Eve fireworks. Yun crawled out, his face covered in dust, his clothes tattered like a fugitive on the run. His heart pounded wildly as he shouted from the depths of his soul, "What the hell is going on? They're even bringing out rockets now?" On the helicopter, the Special Forces operatives saw that Yun was still alive. Without hesitation, they sent another hail of bullets his way, eager to send him to meet his ancestors. Yun roared, then took off running at full speed. "Damn it, I can't die here." At that moment, only one thought remained in his mind: I need water. If I can find water, I can wash off this mask. As soon as I take it off, they'll know I'm not Chen Yuan. And then, I'm out of this mess. Looking ahead, Yun exclaimed with joy, "That's right. The Huangfu River. As long as I jump in, I can wash off this damn human skin mask and reveal my true face. That will be the end of this deadly chase." Without a second thought, he hurled himself straight into the water, not hesitating for even a moment. "This is it. Once I take off the mask, they'll have no reason to hunt me down anymore." But heaven never grants one's wishes so easily. Before Yun could savor the feeling of escaping death, a decisive voice crackled through the radio on the helicopter, "Report. The target has jumped into the Huangfu River." On the other end of the line, a cold voice responded without hesitation, "Let him jump. But make no mistake, he's not dead yet. Prepare full firepower. Spare no cost. Kill Chen Yuan on the spot." Just as Yun barely surfaced, more than a dozen rocket rounds rained down upon the river simultaneously. The entire river was mercilessly bombarded, and no one saw Yun again. Furious waves surged, forming towering white foam columns, while thick black smoke billowed across the air. The Special Forces team on the helicopter confidently reported back to headquarters, "Report, mission accomplished. The target has been obliterated." On the other end of the line, a satisfied voice responded, "Very good. Disband immediately. Run straight out, whoever can run, just run. Don't stick around and get caught up in the drama." As soon as the spectacular assassination concluded, Mei Yuan was instantly locked down, placing the entire city under martial law. Dogs weren't allowed to run, and even cats had to stay put. The impact of this incident was too massive to be downplayed. In no time, investigative teams were formed, and intelligence agencies launched a full-scale operation to hunt down every lead at all costs. But over by the banks of the Huangfu River, a bored internet user, with nothing better to do, happened to capture footage of Smoke CEO jumping into the river. Not only that, but they also caught the exact moment Smoke CEO was blasted mid-air by over a dozen rocket rounds, exploding like a Lunar New Year fireworks display. Without hesitation, the video was uploaded online, and in a split second, social media erupted into complete chaos. This morning, at Emperor Hotel, Smoke CEO was ambushed by a terrorist organization. After an intense chase that stretched all the way to the Huangfu River, he ultimately could not escape his fate. The military arrived at the scene within 2 minutes, but unfortunately, it was already too late.
The internet is in an uproar, some mourn, some gloat, some analyze deeply, and the comments section explodes. Smoke CEO, are you okay? No way. My husband can't be dead. I don't believe it.
Oh my god, Smoke CEO was still so young, and now he's gone.
Heaven really doesn't favor good people.
Why did you die so tragically?
Wait, you were that rich, and you didn't even get to enjoy it before disappearing just like that? A whole life spent making money, and in the end, the money is still here, but you're not.
In the blink of an eye, the clock already pointed to 10 a.m. Chen Yuan groggily crawled up, sluggish like a lazy cat that had just been kicked out of its cozy spot. Just as his stomach growled fiercely, he headed to the canteen only to find no entry signs plastered everywhere. Investigators paced back and forth, looking so serious it was as if they were filming a crime drama.
Chen Yuan's jaw dropped. Wait, I took a nap, and the whole world changed color?
But what left him even more frozen was a group of people gathered in a corner, not gossiping, not discussing shopping, but mourning someone.
And that someone was him.
Xin Wusong sobbed uncontrollably, his voice choking like the heroine of a romance movie. I don't believe it. Without finding the body, I absolutely refuse to believe that Chen Yuan is dead.
Beside him, Xin Wufeng sighed, his face serious. Sis, get a grip, he's really dead. People even saw him blown to bits, and you're talking about finding the body? What exactly are you looking for? Gathering up the pieces one by one?
Hearing this outrageously disrespectful remark, Chen Yuan's face darkened.
Then, furious, he snapped back with full force, what the hell?
I'm standing right here alive, well, fair-skinned, and full of life.
And yet you lot are standing around mourning me like I've already crossed into the afterlife. Who gave you the right to bury me alive, huh? Kid, what the hell are you saying? Who the hell allowed you to put me on the altar?
Seeing Chen Yuan looking like he was ready to take on the whole world, everyone's mind was struck with a single, short phrase like a bolt of lightning splitting the sky.
Xin Wufeng was at a complete loss for words, his mind temporarily disconnected from reality. Wait, is this a joke? Smoke CEO is still alive? No way.
He was clearly forced to flee for his life, took an entire magazine of bullets, jumped into the Huangfu River, and even got hit by a final rocket shot.
Don't tell me he has some kind of clone magic spell? Hearing this, Chen Yuan grew irritated, then furiously shouted, what the hell is going on? Who's the gutsy bastard spreading fake news about my death?
As for Qin Wusong, there was no need to even mention it. His emotions surged, eyes welling up with tears.
Unable to hold back, he threw himself at Chen Yuan in a tight embrace. I knew it, Chen Yuan. If you were the kind to die so easily, I wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice myself.
Daihan also had the same urge to rush in, but Qin Wusong was quicker and snatched the chance away. Thinking it over, she decided to stay rational, not to get involved any further. Without saying much, she grabbed her phone, opened the video, and held it up right in front of Chen Yuan's face.
Chen Yuan, look at this. Here's the proof video.
You were being hunted down, surrounded in a battlefield of gunfire, then you jumped from the third floor to escape. After that, you even hijacked a Porsche 911 to make your getaway.
And the highlight of it all, the final scene where you plunged straight into the Huangfu River, only to be blown into smoke and dust by a rocket in the end. After watching, Chen Yuan froze for 3 full seconds. Wait, hold on. The main character in this video looks exactly like me. Is this guy some kind of superhuman?
His movements are lightning fast, dodging bullets like he's in a superhero movie, immune to blades, impervious to fire and water. He gets blasted away but still manages to crawl back up and keep running. Even when the car explodes, he can still climb out, stand up, and casually dust himself off like nothing happened. If this guy starred in an action movie, Hollywood would snatch him up in an instant, no joke.
What the hell is going on? Someone please tell me, am I dreaming? Or did I sleepwalk and somehow direct and perform my own heart-stopping escape scene? Because no normal person has moves like that. Thinking back, Chen Yuan himself felt a bit suspicious. I swear to the universe, that's not me.
Last night, I was too lazy to go home and ended up booking room 1605 at a hotel, sleeping there the entire night. This morning, I slept like a log until 10 o'clock. As for the person in the video, who knows? But it's definitely not me. Twins or triplets? Absolutely not. There's no way anyone could coincidentally look exactly like me down to every detail. Chen Yuan continued, even if there were, they couldn't possibly be as handsome and dashing as I am now. Because my current appearance is the result of multiple seasons of upgrades, evolving from a frail person into the suave and sophisticated man you see today. If there really is someone who looks just like me, there are only two possibilities. 1. That person is wearing a hyper-realistic mask. 2. They underwent cosmetic surgery to model themselves after me, then used my identity to commit bad deeds. He added, but wait, why not impersonate someone else? Why specifically pick me? Are they tired of living or what? And if the dark web crowd catches wind of this, that's game over. My friend, you've got guts, too much of it. I genuinely want to thank you, but I have no idea where to even begin. Chen Yuan thought, before leaving, you should have at least left your name. Now I want to repay you, but I have no idea where to find you, not even to send this fruit basket. At this moment, Xin Wusong's expression turned serious as he warned Chen Yuan, this time you really have to be careful. They've been planning for a long time, pulling out all the stops, even exposing undercover agents just to kill you. This is no longer a small matter, it's something truly extraordinary. But Chen Yuan remained calm, adding casually, they staged such a grand performance and still missed their target. Next time, it'll surely be even worse. Just as he finished speaking, his phone buzzed. It was Qin Bing Shui, Xiao Ruoyu, Gao Quanin, Su Lilu, He Jiying, Gumo, and even international superstar Della wasn't missing out. And that wasn't all. Wen Che, Zhang Haotian, the renowned director Yang Sison, and even the big shots of the business world wouldn't let him off either. Chen Yuan finished reading and couldn't help but rub his temples, feeling like he was being pushed to the limit. If this situation drags on any longer, I might have to change my phone number or even escape to a deserted island just to survive. But well, I still have a conscience. I can't bear to let everyone worry anymore. The best way is to open social media right now and immediately post a status saying that I'm still fine. The news spread rapidly. Major platforms like QQ, TikTok, the Nova Corporation, Weibo, and countless others were buzzing with correction posts. It turned out that the whole Smoke CEO is dead incident was nothing but a colossal hoax, so much so that even Fei Dun Corporation had to release an official statement. The person who exploded on the Huangfu River yesterday? That wasn't Smoke CEO, folks. As soon as this news broke, the entire national network of H erupted once again. Over at End of Days Reincarnation, the moment they heard about it, they slammed the table furiously, even crushing the can of Coke in their hand. Carbonated foam sprayed everywhere, mirroring their own emotions, bursting with each droplet. Wait, so we killed the wrong person? That guy slept in room 1605 all night and only woke up at 10 a.m. today. So who the hell did the special agents kill? End of Days Reincarnation continued. If the one who was killed wasn't Chen Yuan, then who was he? Why did he possess such extraordinary skills? And more importantly, how many more Chen Yuans are out there? Could it be that Chen Yuan had foreseen the organization's plan and arranged for a body double? But wait, how could that body double fight like that? Dodging bullets flawlessly, impervious to harm, taking hundreds of rounds and still running. Could it be that the organization has tampered with something they never should have touched? The more End of Days Reincarnation thought about it, the more a chill ran down his spine. Something's wrong, very wrong. Someone that strong being used as just a decoy, then how terrifying must Chen Yuan's true strength be? Not only that, his intellect is on an entirely different level, a kind of fearsome intelligence that goes far beyond what an ordinary person can comprehend. This isn't human, this is a demon. Fighting against someone both insanely powerful and impossibly intelligent, how could anyone even stand a chance? Very quickly, the phone rang incessantly again. Seeing the caller ID showing Mr. X, it was clear that something was wrong. The moment the call was answered, Mr. X wasted no time and got straight to the point.
what the hell is going on? How could such a serious mistake happen? End of Days Reincarnation could only respond like a student caught making a mistake. I sincerely apologize, Mr. X.
This time, it was my miscalculation. I never expected someone to appear who looks exactly like Chen Yuan, and on top of that, his combat skills are far from ordinary. Because of that, I was completely convinced that he was the real Chen Yuan.
Mr. X fell silent for a few seconds before coldly stating, "Fine. Just stick to the original plan."
There's no way to take aggressive action anymore. The organization cannot afford to give you a second chance.
Do you have any idea how immense the pressure from international public opinion is? End of Days Reincarnation replied, "Yes, I understand, Mr. X."
Since the chaos erupted at the Emperor Hotel, the grandfather and grandson of the Wei family no longer had any desire to stay. Without hesitation, they grabbed their luggage and rushed straight to the largest hospital in Meiyuan. After hours of thorough examination from head to toe, MRI scans, blood tests, even scrutinizing every strand of hair, the results finally came in. The doctor looked at the test report, furrowed his brows, and said, "Well, we've got a problem here. There's a neurotoxin present in your blood, sir. This poison is extremely potent. Mild cases cause dizziness and muscle spasms, while severe cases result in instant death. Luckily, we caught it in time, otherwise, the two of you wouldn't be standing here listening to me lecture about it." For Wei Chang, this result was nothing short of a divine punishment. Staring at the test report, his mind went blank. He had no idea how to process this information, as if someone had just smashed a sledgehammer directly into his brain, scattering his thoughts into utter chaos. As for Wei Xiling, there was no need to describe his emotions. He felt like he was racing through all 4 seasons in a single second. Spring, hoping that Shi Yun might be innocent. Summer, burning with the urge to find someone and demand answers. Autumn, questioning everything about life. Winter, shivering at the thought of the truth. Wei Xiling said, "Grandpa, so that means you weren't struck by a stroke but were actually poisoned? Could it be that we wrongly blamed Chen Yuan? And Shi Yun is actually the one who played dirty?" Wei Chang wasn't much better off, sighing deeply in frustration. "That's right, I never expected Mr. Bei Chen's disciple to stoop this low." Hearing that, Wei Xiling became furious. "Call Shi Yun right now. I have to get to the bottom of this. Why did he deceive me? I truly saw him as a great hero, yet he turns out to be such a despicable person? But life is never as one hopes." What she received in return was nothing but a cold, indifferent female voice. "The number you have dialed is currently unreachable. Please try again later." Frozen for a few seconds, Wei Xiling stared at her phone. Unreachable? He's definitely guilty of something. Who knows, he might have already run away and disappeared. Wei Xiling felt as if her entire world had collapsed. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the angrier she grew, the more foolish she felt. To make matters worse, a wave of deep shame welled up in her heart. Someone I trusted completely, someone as upright, kind, and sincere as Shi Yun, is now being suspected as the mastermind behind the poisoning. And the person I'd always thought was despicable turned out to be innocent. Grandpa, I truly wronged a good person. I want to apologize to Chen Yuan, but I heard he died in an explosion by the Huangfu River. Does this mean I'll never have the chance to say sorry to him again?" As she spoke, her heart grew heavier. A wave of unprecedented guilt surged over her like a relentless tide, entangling her mind. She began to cry harder, covering her face as sobs racked her body, feeling like a sinner. "Grandpa, I caused Chen Yuan's death. Hoo-hoo, it was my fault. I cursed him. I only had a fleeting thought in my head, but heaven was far too responsive, and now he's truly dead." Wei Chang looked at his niece with both affection and amusement. "Silly girl, it's hard for anyone to go through life without making mistakes. What matters is recognizing them and changing. We did indeed wrongfully blame Chen Yuan, so we should apologize to him. But what does him being hunted down have to do with you?" Wei Xiling shook her head, tears still streaming down her face. "No, it's because I cursed him. I cursed him to die, and now he's really been killed. If I hadn't thought that way, maybe he would still be alive. Just as Wei Xiling was drowning in guilt, even preparing to write an 8-character-long self-reflection essay to mourn Chen Yuan, a kind-hearted nurse suddenly approached to console her. "Miss, are you a fan of Smoke CEO?" The news just cleared everything up. Smoke CEO isn't dead, he's alive and well. I heard he was even spotted at the Emperor Hotel an hour ago. Reporters got pictures of him. Wei Xiling froze upon hearing that. Really? Chen Yuan isn't dead? Then who was the one who died in the Huangfu River? The nurse shrugged and calmly said, "Even the police haven't determined that yet, but they've been recovering bodies all morning and still haven't found anything. The main reason is that the explosion was too intense. More than a dozen rocket shells bombarded the area at once, causing even the riverbank to collapse. The fish in the river were blasted to death and entire schools, so how could you expect to find human remains? Identifying anyone through DNA is going to be difficult, so this case has officially become a tough one." Hearing this, Wei Xiling felt as if she had been pulled from hell to heaven in just 3 seconds. At first, she had loathed him to the core, but after learning the truth, her impression of Chen Yuan began to shift. The system notification appeared: Wei Xiling's favorability plus 10, Wei Xiling's favorability plus 10, Wei Xiling's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 30 points. At her core, however, Wei Xiling still deeply despised Chen Yuan. A good person is a good person, but being good doesn't mean he's not a trap boy. I won't forgive him that easily. On this side, Chen Yuan also raised an eyebrow in confusion. That's strange. That girl from the Wei family. Why did her favorability suddenly increase by 30 points? Could it be that old Wei went for a health checkup and finally opened his eyes to see Shi Yun's true colors? After mumbling to himself, Chen Yuan suddenly recalled an important detail. Wait a minute, I still haven't seen Shi Yun anywhere. Chen Yuan furrowed his brows, feeling that something was off. Recalling the surveillance footage he had just watched, he began piecing the fragments together in his mind. The imposter, right before getting ambushed, did something really strange. He picked up a steel skewer from the dining table and quickly moved toward Old Wei right while the old man was having breakfast. Wait, what was he trying to do? Was he planning to kill the old man in one go? As this thought developed, a hypothesis rapidly formed in Chen Yuan's mind. This guy was trying to kill Old Wei. If Old Wei were murdered in front of everyone, who would be the first suspect? Obviously, me. Alright, now it all makes sense. He wasn't just impersonating me for fun, he was deliberately trying to frame me. Chen Yuan thought, damn it, wait a minute, could it be that the one impersonating me is actually Shi Yun? He knows medicine, he's skilled at disguises, his background is shady, he knows martial arts, his throwing needles never miss, and he has a clear motive. If Old Wei finds poison in his blood today, who will be the first suspect? Of course, it would be the disciple of the medicine king Shi Yun. So what would he do to protect his reputation? That's right, silence Old Wei. But just silencing him wouldn't be enough, he'd have to drag me down with him. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, how convenient. Chen Yuan continued thinking, oh my god, this guy plays dirty, but Shi Yun is really out of luck. Just when he thought he got lucky, he ran straight into a hornet's nest. Where his life goes from here, who knows? Alright then, these dark web scumbags really won't believe it until they see their own coffins. In that case, let me give you all a proper funeral. With that, Chen Yuan clenched his jaw, his hands already on the keyboard. This time, it wasn't just a few small fries, it was a full-scale hunt targeting 107 major figures in the dark web. To put it simply, the entire leadership, from bottom to top, without missing a single one. He filtered through each name, stamped each face, and threw them one by one onto the bounty board. Even the lowest price small fry had a bounty of 100,000 dark coins, roughly 37 million. The key players had their prices skyrocketing to 300,000 dark coins. And as for the boss, Mr. X, Chen Yuan slapped on a sky-high price 5 million dark coins, which, when converted, landed around $300 million. In an instant, the entire assassin underworld was shaken. Some sat back, eager to watch the spectacle unfold, while plenty of cold-blooded players saw an easy payday and jumped in without hesitation. And so, within less than 12 hours of Chen Yuan releasing the mission, 5 major figures of the dark web had already been sent to the afterlife. Naturally, the assassins who took on the job pocketed their rewards with ease, as gleeful as if they had just received a New Year's bonus.
But unfortunately, most of the high-ranking targets being hunted down were anonymous figures ordinary in appearance, wealthy, and easy to eliminate.
It was, in the truest sense, like picking up fallen leaves on the street for cash. In the blink of an eye, the upper echelons of the dark web were drowned in a sea of blood. In just 3 days, 107 major figures of the dark web were almost completely wiped out, leaving only one survivor, Mr. X. He was not someone easily traced because he had always appeared wearing a mask, and no one knew what he really looked like. Even the most important figures in the dark web had never seen his true face. This made it impossible for the assassins to identify their target, no matter how hard they searched. As they hunted him down, they even joked among themselves, how could they kill someone when they didn't even know what he looked like? And that was precisely why, amid this blood-soaked storm, Mr. X was still alive. After barely escaping death, he was furious beyond belief, cursing and muttering to himself like a lunatic, "Chen Yuan, you dare to erase the dark web? From the White House to the CIA, from the FBI to the Pentagon, they won't let you off the hook. This time, you're finished." No one knew how things would unfold, but one thing was certain: Chen Yuan had officially become the world's most wanted man, and the largest manhunt in history was about to begin. Police officer Mei Yuan, during a routine and uneventful patrol along the banks of the Huangfu River, suddenly came across a damaged bra that, despite its wear, remained fully functional. At first, the officers assumed it was just discarded trash. However, the moment they picked it up for a closer look, their eyes widened, jaws dropped, and they stared in disbelief as if they had just discovered a priceless treasure. At first glance, this bra looks ordinary, but once you touch it, you realize it's as soft as cotton, yet harder than concrete when needed. A sharp knife can't cut through it, fire can't burn it, and even an AK bullet might not leave a scratch. Most impressively, it has the ability to automatically contract upon impact, creating a protective layer even stronger than standard bulletproof vests. What made the discovery even more astonishing was its peculiar connection to Chen Yuan. Everyone immediately recalled the past incident where Chen Yuan was shot with an AK but emerged completely unharmed. Faced with this situation, Officer Mei Yuan found himself at a loss. An item this valuable is beyond our authority to confiscate. Upon reviewing security footage, they discovered that the rightful owner of the bra was none other than Smoke CEO. Thus, after collecting the necessary samples and data, the police had no choice but to return it to its original owner without daring to keep it for even a second longer. The next morning, before the sun had even risen, Qin Keyan was summoned to Chen Yuan's house to witness the legendary creation of Wang Kai. The Battle Royale shooting game already had an existing model. All that was needed was to copy and upgrade it. For Wang Kai, this was as easy as pie. In just a heartbeat, following Chen Yuan's requirements, Wang Kai had enhanced it into an extremely advanced version. As soon as Qin Keyan arrived at the villa, before he could even inquire further about the Huangfu River incident, Chen Yuan got straight to the point. Here's the deal. I want to establish a game development department. This game is already built, all you guys need to handle is the marketing. Qin Keyan responded with full confidence. Oh, is that all? I thought it was something difficult. This is exactly Star Group's forte. Leave it to me, and I guarantee it'll explode in popularity. Boss, can I take a look at the game? Chen Yuan pulled out his phone and launched the game, a survival battle royale, now in an ultra-enhanced version. Here, take a look. The special thing about this game is that it can accommodate 1,000 players on the battlefield at the same time. Qin Keyan was visibly surprised after hearing this, a shooting game with 1,000 players entering the battlefield at the same time? This is truly beyond imagination because, until now, most games of this genre only support a maximum of 100 to 150 players. However, with Chen Yuan, nothing seems impossible. At this moment, Qin Keyan frowned slightly in thought, then posed a rather critical question. Currently, in the gaming industry, the Kague Group rules the world and stands at the top. Their competitors are no more significant than grains of sand in a desert, scattered and insignificant.
Breaking into this world already dominated by the Gue Gue group and hoping to rise? Normal promotional efforts would simply disappear from people's minds.
While Qin Keyen was still hesitating, Chen Yuan laid out a grand plan. If expanding is too difficult, just hand out red envelopes. Organize a 1,000-player battle royale, and the winners each receive an immediate prize of 1,000 in cash. Without a doubt, this is the fastest and shortest path to overwhelming every survival game currently on the market.
Qin Keyen was no longer just shocked but genuinely astonished. What?
People have always played games to rank up, show off achievements, and brag to friends.
But since when has there been a game where you not only grind for points but also for pocket money?
At this rate, if the player base grows to tens of millions, every passing minute would be like burning a mountain of cash. Just as Qin Keyen was sitting there in a daze, mind soaring into the cosmos, the doorbell suddenly rang noisily, as if someone was here to collect a debt. Huh?
What's going on? Chen Yuan opened the door, his tone indifferent, without a trace of tension. Is there something you need from me?
The police captain stepped forward, his voice also rather gentle. Hello, Smoke CEO.
This time, we're here to return an item. Chen Yuan took the bag from the officer's hand, his eyes filled with suspicion. Huh? What's this? Could this be another one of Shi Yun's tricks? The whole attempt to frame me for Old Way's murder isn't even settled yet, and now is this another pile of shit being dumped straight onto my head?
But before Chen Yuan could react, the police captain added, after a thorough examination, scrutinizing and analyzing every fiber, we have come to the conclusion that this is not something that can be mass-produced. The materials used to make it are far too rare.
The manufacturing process is undoubtedly a top-secret, universe-class technology.
The value of this jacket is at least 10 times that of a mansion in Manhwa, and even with money, you might not be able to buy it.
Moreover, the police have no right to keep this bulletproof jacket. If it belongs to Smoke CEO, then naturally, it must be returned.
Seeing how eager the police were, Chen Yuan decided to take it first and figure things out later. All right, thanks.
But hold on, it wasn't over yet.
The police captain went on to dump a massive load of shit straight onto Chen Yuan's head without any warning. Oh, by the way, just a heads up, someone who owns a Porsche 911 just reported that you took his car, and now it's severely damaged. Based on our investigation, we understand that the situation at the time was quite urgent, but even so, hijacking a vehicle in the middle of the street crosses into criminal law territory. So, in my opinion, you should get in touch with the owner to negotiate privately and arrange for appropriate compensation. At this moment, Chen Yuan was truly stunned, not because of the compensation issue, but because he couldn't for the life of him remember when he had ever caused this Porsche 911 incident. His brain started running faster than a high-end processor, desperately searching his memory to figure out exactly what he had done to get tangled up in this mess. But no matter how hard he tried to recall, an undeniable truth was staring him straight in the face. Someone had accused him of stealing a supercar, and now that very supercar had been reduced to a pile of scrap metal. However, after thinking it over, he realized that arguing was pointless, better to settle it quickly and avoid the headache. So, Chen Yuan smoothly said, I had no intention of stealing it, I just conveniently borrowed it for a little spin and accidentally turned it into a heap of scrap metal. Alright, officers, don't worry, I'll contact the owner and take care of it. After the police left, curiosity got the best of him, and Chen Yuan decided to try on the shirt to see what was so special about it. Staring at himself in the mirror for a while, he mumbled like he was rapping, this world is truly bizarre, even an undershirt can cost 10 times more than a luxury mansion in Manhwa. And at that very moment, a dramatic voice echoed in Chen Yuan's mind, Ting. The system has detected a rare item, heavenly silk armor.
Chen Yuan wondered, huh? Heavenly silk armor? What kind of RPG is this?
But before he could even question further, a status panel appeared clearly in front of him. Type, defensive item.
Defense attribute, plus 100.
When worn, it enhances defensive capabilities, protects weak spots, and can even block sniper bullets. Chen Yuan was stunned, only managing to exclaim, his eyes shining as if he had struck gold, damn it, is this a gift from the universe or what?
I can't believe that in such a dire situation, a high-tier piece of equipment like this would appear. Then, he excitedly gripped the armor tightly. Could it be that Yun, the guy who keeps faceplanting but still survives, even after taking a full AK magazine to the chest and still laughing, was relying on this armor all along? Damn it, this is top-tier gear. And I'm only getting it now?
I really have no background, no connections, just money. Meanwhile, look at Yun. Not only does he have some mysterious master called the Medicine King, but he's also loaded with high-quality gear.
Life is so unfair. But then again, today isn't too bad.
I lost a Porsche 911, but in exchange, I got a heavenly silk armor.
Honestly, that's still a win.
At this moment, at Manhwa Airport, a private jet quietly landed after a long journey from Las Vegas.
Amidst the bustling crowd, a stunning woman appeared, causing the entire airport to tremble for a few seconds.
None other than her, it was Xiaoli, the flight attendant.
In Las Vegas, people didn't call her a flight attendant.
They called her the Lady God of Cards, the little wife of the world's #1 god of cards, Huang Batian. A name that commanded fear and respect from anyone who heard it. But Xiaoli was not merely the wife of the god of cards, she was also his official spokesperson.
A woman, yet wielding power akin to an elder.
With just a flick of her hand, tens of thousands of subordinates were ready to carry out her commands. In Las Vegas, when speaking of power, one could not ignore the name Xiaoli. Her empire spanned 30 casinos, 55-star hotels, 6 ultra-luxurious 7-star hotels in Dubai, 3 securities firms, 12 factories, and 3 internationally renowned luxury brands.
And that was not all.
In Las Vegas, a single word from Xiaoli, and even the governor would have to sit up straight to receive her. Whenever she went out, she was surrounded by an impenetrable wall of bodyguards, escorted by a grand convoy, moving with the presence of a head of state. At this moment, Xiaoli had just stepped out of Hongqiao Airport in Manhwa, feeling a bit nostalgic. This place used to be my destination, but looking at it now, everything carries a hint of unfamiliarity, as if I have stepped into another world. It's not that the scenery has changed, but because my perspective is no longer the same. While Xiaoli was still lost in thought, her boyfriend, a Zhao, had already been waiting outside the airport for quite some time. He was leaning against a sleek Maserati, his face radiating confidence. The moment he saw Xiaoli, a Zhao rushed over, arms wide open, preparing for a tight embrace. "Lily, you're finally back. Why was this business trip abroad so long?" However, all he received in return was a gentle push from Xiaoli, accompanied by a voice neither warm nor cold, yet enough for a Zhao to sense that something was off. "Don't do that, there are too many people at the airport." A Zhao's face showed a hint of surprise, along with a slight sense of hurt. "Huh? What's wrong with her?" Xiaoli was never this distant before. But he didn't dwell on it for long and quickly shifted to showing off. "Lily, it's great that you've come back this time. Look, I just bought a new car, a Maserati Quattroporte, top of the line, costing a whole 1,800,000, you know." He thought this would be a killer move to make Xiaoli overwhelmed with emotion and immediately fall into his arms. But Xiaoli simply replied with a single "oh," and nothing more. There was no sparkle in her eyes, no astonishment, no jumping up and down with excitement, just a cold, even indifferent "oh." Even when she got in the car, Xiaoli's expression showed a hint of disappointment. "A Zhao has no idea that my worldview has completely changed. If this were the past, I would have surely thrown myself into his arms, showering him with compliments, and maybe even suggested a casual night drive. But now, after all the ups and downs and turbulence in Las Vegas, my perspective has soared to the skies."
A Maserati?
Sorry, but even if you threw a Bugatti straight in front of me, I'd just yawn and continue scrolling on my phone. Seeing Xiaoli's cold expression, a Zhao felt a little embarrassed. Today, Xiaoli looks especially beautiful. There's something different about her aura. She's no longer just the sweet and adorable girl she used to be. Instead, she carries an indescribable elegance, as if she has stepped into an entirely different social class. This makes me even more captivated, as if I'm about to win over a noble lady rather than just a girlfriend.
Well, that makes sense. Maybe it's because we haven't seen each other for a long time. A little coldness isn't a big deal.
Thinking this, the flames of love in a Zhao's heart burned even more fiercely. and he was determined not to give up. Regaining his confidence, he spoke excitedly.
Lily, I already bought movie tickets. Let's go watch it tonight. This movie is a huge hit. The lead actors are Smoke CEO and Gao Kuan-in, and it's blowing up right now.
I heard the box office has already hit 9 billion, and in just a few days, it'll probably reach 10 billion.
At first, Xiaoli wasn't particularly interested.
Right now, her mind was filled with work, finances, casinos, and stocks.
What was so special about a movie that it was worth watching? But, just hearing the word Smoke CEO suddenly gave her motivation.
For a long time now, Xiaoli had already considered herself the lady god of cards, indulging in her own illusions as if they were real. To her, everything Chen Yuan did was on a cosmic scale. And so, Xiaoli nodded without hesitation. All right, let's go watch the movie. After a burst of speed, the two of them rushed straight to the cinema. But for some reason, the moment they reached the entrance, Xiaoli's heart started to flutter. This man was truly a monster, winning card games and raking in a total of $30 billion, becoming the world's #1 card god. Yet now, he had switched to filmmaking. When it came to the title of Best Actor, people spent years accumulating experience, starring in countless blockbuster films before earning such recognition.
But Chen Yuan? He acted in just one movie and instantly took the throne. Who else even stood a chance at this point?
Still, whether it was 10 billion or 20 billion, it made no difference to Chen Yuan's trillion-dollar fortune. This fame was nothing more than an ornamental addition to his already extravagant status. It didn't affect his wealth in the slightest. The luckiest person in all of this was Gao Kuan-in, who got to ride the wave of a box office legend. The movie lasted for 2 hours, and throughout that time, Xiaoli was completely immersed in every exhilarating action scene of Chen Yuan. At some moment, she suddenly felt a sting in her nose, her eyes grew hot, and before she knew it, tears were streaming down her cheeks. The more she watched, the more intensely her heart trembled. Oh my God, I've fallen for the boss.
Is this what it feels like to love someone so deeply?
For him, I would give up everything. Losing it all wouldn't matter. But then there's a Jiao. He's a good man, his circumstances are stable, but I just don't have feelings for him. Thinking of this, Xiaoli turned to look at a Jiao and let out a small sigh. A terrifying thought suddenly surfaced in her mind. Honestly, I don't want to hurt him, but after seeing him again this time, I realize I don't feel anything for him anymore.
Maybe I never truly loved him. Maybe I should clear things up as soon as possible. Maybe I shouldn't keep lying to myself.
Having made up her mind, Xiaoli took a deep breath, turned to a Jiao, and said, "A Jiao, let's break up." As soon as these words were spoken, a Jiao felt as if he had been struck by lightning under a clear sky. His voice wavered, and his heart was overwhelmed with panic. Huh?
What's going on? Why? Did I do something wrong?
I admit that you've been away on business trips lately, and I've been a bit busy, so I haven't paid much attention to you.
But I have my own work too, you have to understand that. Why are you suddenly asking for a breakup? Why? Xiaoli decisively walked out of the movie theater and replied. You didn't do anything wrong. I just don't love you anymore. That's all. I'm leaving.
Hearing this, a Jiao completely broke down, tears threatening to spill over. A love story shattered within the span of a single movie screening. In another movie theater, one far more luxurious, Wei Ziling watched with reddened eyes, her voice choked with emotion. Grandpa, I can't believe it. Chen Yuan, the #1 playboy, can actually act in a way that touches my heart. He must have experienced a love so deep it left a mark on his soul. Otherwise, how could he portray such agony so convincingly? Or could it be that Chen Yuan has also had his heart broken before? Right at that moment, a middle-aged butler hurried in, his voice steady yet filled with urgency. Master, Mr. Bei Chen has descended the mountain. As soon as the words left his mouth, old Wei, who had been calm and composed, suddenly trembled all over. What? Mr. Bei Chen is really coming down the mountain? Mr. Bei Chen's impending descent was such a shocking piece of news that old Wei shivered, his voice stammering as if his blood sugar had plummeted. It seems like a great storm is approaching. The butler standing beside him responded, his face tense. Yes, master, that's correct. A confidential message just arrived from the Qin family 3 days from now. Mr. Bei Chen will arrive at Meiyuan. Not only that, but he even sent a formal invitation straight to the old master, as if he wanted to make an official announcement to the entire world.
The moment this news spread, the whole of Meiyuan erupted into chaos like a beehive struck apart.
The long-established noble families from the north to the south were all thrown into turmoil, unable to sit still.
Everyone was eagerly anticipating.
In Taiyuan, there was the Sima family. In Guangzhou, the Xiaohou family rushed over as well. In Shenzhen, the Zhang family was in upheaval, while even the capital was stirring. The Jiang family, the Shao family, the Wei family, nearly all the leading aristocratic clans were moving simultaneously, preparing to roll out the red carpet to welcome Mr. Bei Chen. While old Wei was discussing the matter, Wei Ziling sat beside him, looking completely bewildered. "Grandpa, who is this Mr. Bei Chen? Why does everyone revere him like a deity, but I've never even heard his name before?" Old Wei took a deep breath, his gaze distant. Kids these days, they remember every hot trend on the internet, but when it comes to real legendary figures, no one pays attention. I still remember the days when Mr. Bei Chen roamed the world freely. I was just a little brat, always sneaking out of my afternoon naps to play marbles. And yet now, I already have one foot in the grave, while Mr. Bei Chen still stands tall, unchanged, not having aged a single day. Honestly, this is harder to believe than the idea that Sun Wukong has a household registration in flowers and fruit. Wei Ziling's heart stirred as he listened, his eyes blinking in confusion, curiosity bubbling up inside him. Wait, is this guy cultivating immortality or something? Old Wei continued, his voice filled with deep reverence. They say the medicine king can cure any illness, even those that leave doctors helpless. He always finds a way. Not only that, but he can even help people live longer. Old Wei continued, anyone lucky enough to encounter the medicine king has basically hit the jackpot, gaining an extra 10 years of life, free from illness, as strong as an ox. It's said that every 20 years, Bei Chen, the medicine king, descends from the mountain to find a destined individual to pass on his medical skills and to gather precious spiritual medicine for Medicine King Valley. Whoever is chosen by him is essentially reborn. Their clan also ascends to fairy-like status in a single step. It's almost impossible not to get rich. But in recent times, with the rapid advancement of science and technology, modern medicine is becoming increasingly sophisticated, and news spreads like wildfire, so this legend has gradually faded into oblivion, with few people still remembering it. Old Wei said, only the great noble families of past generations, those who once witnessed Mr. Bei Chen's incredible abilities, truly understand how formidable this man is. Mr. Bei Chen is undoubtedly a top-tier master of legend, an extremely mysterious and legendary figure. Just hearing about him sounds unscientific, yet he undeniably exists, making it impossible not to be convinced. It's like the dragon in the 12 zodiac signs branded as fictional, with no one ever having seen one with their own eyes, yet it still sits alongside the rest of the zodiac creatures. After listening to Grandpa for a while, Wei Ziling was still indignant. She pouted and asked, but Grandpa, is Mr. Bei Chen really a good person? Like master, like disciple, right? And that disciple, Shi Yun, played so dirty he dared to poison you just to stage a heroic rescue. Isn't that just setting a trap? I don't think his master is much better either. Old Wei's expression immediately turned stern upon hearing his granddaughter's words, and his voice became sharp. You must not speak recklessly. Mr. Bei Chen is a highly respected figure of great virtue. How could he possibly be compared to a petty person like Shi Yun? If you say these things at home, it's one thing, but if outsiders hear you, it could bring disaster upon us and harm the entire Wei family. Hearing that, Wei Ziling feigned innocence and said, all right then, Grandpa, I won't bring it up again. But I was thinking of inviting Chen Yuan for a meal and buying him a small gift as an apology. Oh, wait Grandpa, how am I supposed to contact Chen Yuan? I don't even have his WeChat yet. This question made Old Wei pause for a moment, but he quickly found a solution. Let's do it this way. I'll have old Qin make a call and ask his niece to connect us. That girl definitely has Chen Yuan's number. As soon as the call connected, Qin Tianfang immediately asked, his voice full of enthusiasm, Hey, Old Wei, have you measured the results yet? I was just about to call you. Old Wei cleared his throat and replied slowly, the test results are out.
there are neurotoxic substances in my blood. To be sure, I checked several times. There's absolutely no case of a mere stroke. That bastard Sure Yun really played dirty. Just to curry favor with the Wei family, he dared to resort to such despicable tricks. Qin Tianfan fell silent for a few seconds after hearing this. This morning, I just received an invitation from Mr. Bei Chen. It says that Sure Yun has learned about 30% of the true medical arts and is currently traveling to gain experience and cultivate his character. Mr. Bei Chen also asked the Qin family to take care of him a little during this time. At first glance, it sounds reasonable, but looking at it now, there's clearly a huge problem. Sure Yun, cultivating his character? What a joke. Mr. Qin said, a person who has just entered the world already resorts to secretly poisoning others, just to pose as a miraculous doctor saving lives and act both deceitful and despicable. If this is what you call cultivating the mind, then surely there is no evil left in this world. And now, I am tasked with overseeing such a person. Tell me, how am I supposed to supervise him? Should I wake him up in the morning for tea, take him for a stroll in the park at noon, and pat his head in the evening while teaching him the principles of being a good person? How can I possibly endure and tolerate someone like this? Old Wei understood that the situation was becoming somewhat complicated, so he spoke in a soothing tone, Old Qin, no need to get tense. I called you not to argue. I just want to ask for Chen Yuan's number. My niece was a bit rude with her words the other day, and she wants to apologize properly, following proper etiquette. On the other end, Qin Tianfang, understanding the situation, responded, all right, I'll send you Xiaosong's number. Let Ziling contact him, he'll surely have a way to connect with Chen Yuan. On this side, Chen Yuan was lost in thought when his phone vibrated. Glancing at the screen, he recognized the caller. It was Zhao Yuqi. Chen Yuan picked up, but before he could say anything, Zhao Yuqi had already started speaking. Hey, Chen Yuan, this is Big QQ just made a move against Big Cat TV. I just found out that all this time, QQ has been secretly contacting over 10 top streamers from Big Cat TV, quietly signing contracts, and preparing to pull the whole bunch over to their platform. They even went so far as to blatantly poach them right under my nose, and I had no clue. Do you know what it feels like to raise a flock of chickens, only for them to run off to another coop on harvest day? After listening, Chen Yuan remained calm and replied leisurely, there's nothing tense or chaotic about this, nothing to worry about. It's just a few streamers cutting ties and leaving. Just sue them for breach of contract and demand compensation. They signed agreements, so they have to take responsibility. Whoever violates the contract should pay the required amount. As for the uproar on the internet, there's no need to explain, no need to justify anything. Let people say whatever they want. Chen Yuan continued, then donate 100 million worth of supplies to the disaster-stricken area, and publicly announce that all the contract termination compensation from those backstabbing streamers will be donated to help the people in need. Zhao Yuqi could only nod repeatedly upon hearing this. Yes, I'll execute it right away. After that, Zhao Yuqi's emotions gradually stabilized, even feeling a bit moved. Chen Yuan truly plays at an entirely different level. This move not only helps Big Cat TV miraculously restore its reputation but also forces those streamers into a position where they have no way to fight back. Think about it, they just breached their contracts, got sued, and were ordered to pay compensation. Now, that money is being used for charity. If they oppose it, it means they are opposing charity. If they refuse to pay, it means they are robbing disaster victims of their chance at relief. At that point, public opinion will automatically turn against them. Meanwhile, Big Cat TV will naturally emerge as a company with a strong sense of social responsibility. As expected, Chen Yuan will always be the pillar holding up the sky in my heart. With him here, even if the sky falls, it could never crush us. Zhao Yuqi, upon thinking this, suddenly felt, I've been worrying unnecessarily all this time. At this moment, Chen Yuan began to sense that something was off. Why have a series of businesses under my name suddenly been exposed for scandals all at once? Clearly, someone is deliberately targeting me. What's more important is that it's not just one force playing this game.
Right then, on the television, the breaking news continued to expose another shocking incident. A female patient, after undergoing facial surgery and using the so-called miraculous scar removal ointment, suffered severe facial necrosis, rendering her face completely ruined. Unable to bear the shock, she jumped from a building. The police have now launched an investigation, while the manufacturing company, Ruoyuan Medicine and Pharmacy, led by director Xiao Ruoyu, has officially stated that their product has no issues. However, this explanation has not been accepted by the public, causing the company to face intense criticism. Seeing this news, Chen Yuan's expression darkened. If before, I only had a feeling that someone was targeting me, then now there's no need to guess anymore.
Someone is definitely playing dirty, and so blatantly that they're not even trying to hide it.
If they were at least putting effort into smearing me, I might have found it amusing.
But to go this far, to the point of completely losing their humanity? Unacceptable.
For an ordinary person, facing something like this would be enough to drive them insane, forced to make a series of rushed decisions, where even the slightest misstep could bring their entire empire crashing down in an instant.
But the problem here is, I'm not an ordinary person. They want to bring me down? Fine. Then let's see who gets drowned first.
At the same time, at the Bulgari Hotel, one of the most luxurious venues in the world, the atmosphere in the Grand Lounge was tense. A dozen of the most powerful elders on the planet were gathered, but not for a business collaboration. Instead, it was a closed-door meeting to take down one man. Someone spoke. I've already spent a fortune to buy off those with decision-making power.
As soon as the press gets involved, we have to blow this thing sky high. No matter what, we cannot let that bastard Chen Yuan rise again.
Once this goes through, he'll never have a chance to make a comeback. Another person interjected, that's right, Chen Yuan has grown at a whirlwind pace within just half a year. He has built an enormous financial empire.
But the higher you climb, the harder you fall.
He moved too fast, like constructing a skyscraper without a solid foundation. All it takes is a slight push, and the entire building will collapse instantly.
Among the crowd was a particularly notable figure, Prince Samsung Park Young-jae.
He glanced around, nearly letting out a laugh, but held himself back.
Not because he was amused, but because he was utterly astonished. What exactly did Chen Yuan do to make so many powerhouses simultaneously want to drag him into the mud? This wasn't just about one or two ordinary enemies.
If the list of people in this room were made public, the global financial market would be shaken to its core.
Everyone here had a name, a reputation.
Everyone here was a major player. And everyone here wanted a piece of Chen Yuan.
Hongjian Capital, an immensely influential financial conglomerate that didn't just engage in business but also wielded control over politics and law.
Financial Group Mitsui, one of Nation N's massive monetary empires, with a presence in every sector, from banking to real estate, from healthcare to technology. Park Young-jae thought, the Rockefeller Group, the name alone is enough to be haunting.
A long-established financial dynasty that controls numerous key industries in Nation M.
The Morgan Financial Group, one of the banking giants, holds trillions of dollars in its hands. A mere flick of a finger could shake the financial markets. But here, these people don't just want to defeat Chen Yuan in business, they want to completely erase him from the commercial world. No negotiations, no reconciliation, only destruction. Park Young-jae was still processing this information, feeling a bit puzzled in his heart. Business is business, so how could Chen Yuan have provoked so many powerful forces into hating him this much?
At that moment, Park Young-jae's gaze fell on Morgantina.
Unable to hold back, he asked, Miss Morgan, I heard that your financial group primarily operates in banking, so why are you getting involved in this battle against Chen Yuan?
Aren't the two sides completely unrelated?
Tina sat there with an expression of cold indifference, her flawless white skin and unmistakable aura setting her apart. Then, she made a statement that silenced everyone. This is quite easy to understand. Han City Jayak dared to plagiarize our research. There's no way we can turn a blind eye to such behavior.
Whoever plays dirty must pay the price.
These words, sharp as a blade, instantly filled Park Young-jae with satisfaction. Everyone knows the Morgan clan isn't just some ordinary force, they're members of the mysterious organization Skull and Bones. If they've stepped in, it means Chen Yuan is truly in danger.
Oh boy, this time, Chen Yuan is definitely going down. I told you, didn't I?
Don't try to outshine too much, shine too bright, and you get crushed. Normally, offending one or two big players is already unlucky enough, but look at Chen Yuan, he's managed to provoke an entire list. Pissed off QQ, Hongjian capital, and now even dragged the Morgan clan from across the ocean into this mess. Now, everything is caught in a whirlwind, the wheel of fate is rolling full speed ahead with no brakes, and there's only one inevitable ending that everyone can see coming. Standing amidst the storm, Chen Yuan's face remained cold as ice, his mind unwavering. Do these people really think that throwing a few tricks and spreading some baseless rumors can make me disappear?
You kids are still too green and inexperienced. Underestimating me is a mistake.
And once you've made a mistake, I'll make sure you see the price you'll have to pay.
Wang Kai, it's time. Get ready for your mission.
From within the screen, a passionate voice rang out, "Master, leave it to me.
Any chicken that wants to fly is a chicken whose time is up."
Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. First, infiltrate every single online platform from QQ, Weibo, TikTok, Vinova, and Bilibili to even Baidu.
Basically, anything that can be browsed, get in. Full control. Next, wipe out all negative news about me. Anyone who enjoys keyboard warring and mocking me, block them all.
No matter if they're hot streamers or top commenters, if they speak ill of me, erase them. The loudest ones ban their accounts for 3 years. Finally, dig up the dirty secrets of those at the top, compile them into a shocking combo of scandals, and spread it across every forum for the whole world to see who the real boss is. Now, just wait and enjoy the ultimate counterattack. Wang Kai, burning with excitement, order received.
Deploying immediately.
And just like that, Chen Yuan's billion-dollar machine officially went into operation, ready to crush anyone who dared to stand in its way. In this vast digital realm, the number of bloggers was truly staggering, ranging from small-time influencers with just a few tens of thousands of followers to the grand ministers with millions upon millions of devoted fans. No matter who they were or where they stood on the shores of social media, they couldn't escape the brutal truth. They were blocked, everyone.
Everything happened too fast.
1 second, someone was a revered reviewer exposing scandals, and the next, they became a nameless shadow, erased from existence. Countless accounts were wiped clean, rumors vanished in the blink of an eye, and people were left bewildered, unsure of what had just transpired. At that moment, the door to a private conference room at the Bellari Hotel burst open. A frantic assistant rushed in, her breath ragged, eyes wide with panic.
"Boss, we're screwed. Shocking information is flooding the platform out of nowhere. Every big-name CEO from Ma Long, from Wang Tulu is being exposed. Private messages, leaked screenshots, even classified videos, everything is out in the open."
Some are caught exchanging intimate messages with their lovers, while others are being exposed for their shady underground dealings. After hearing it, everyone was shaken to the core, to the point that their scalps tingled and sweat poured down like a waterfall. Quick, delete all those videos immediately.
If they get leaked, we're done for. The assistant, pale-faced, continued reporting, "Boss, the problem is, we can't delete them.
The video recommendation system seems to have been tampered with by a hacker, and it keeps pushing the videos up.
People can hardly avoid seeing them even if they try."
The entire meeting room froze like statues, with everyone staring wide-eyed at their phone screens. Impossible. Everything was airtight, nothing that could cause harm was supposed to get out.
Sensitive messages? Deleted right away. Dangerous videos? Cut off immediately. But who would have thought that what we believed to have been erased could actually be restored? And even worse, they can dig up whatever they want, whenever they want.
Park Young-jae also had his eyes glued to the screen, his jaw dropping in disbelief at what was unfolding before him. Wait, why did all the accounts exposing us suddenly disappear?
There has to be a reason for that. And what's this about locking them out for 3 years? What kind of security system allows hackers to get in so easily? Are you guys just sitting around playing puzzles or what?
While scandals sprouted like mushrooms after the rain, Chen Yuan remained as calm as an outsider, completely indifferent to the storm of news on the internet. He merely furrowed his brows slightly, pondered for a moment, then picked up his phone and dialed Xiao Ruoyu's number. Since the day Xiao Ruoyu angrily left the villa, this is the first time I've taken the initiative to contact her again. The situation is this serious, and even she has been dragged into the center of criticism.
Yet she hasn't uttered a single complaint. Is she trying to appear strong, or does she want to shoulder everything alone? The phone rang continuously for more than 30 seconds before someone finally picked up. He spoke, "GWI bye, it's me." On the other end, Xiao Ruoyu's voice was calm. "Oh, Chen Yuan? What's up?" "I'm busy."
The way Xiao Ruoyu responded carried a hint of coldness, as if she wasn't particularly concerned about the whole matter. But upon hearing her tone, Chen Yuan couldn't shake the feeling that something was off.
So he asked immediately, "Busy with what?" Xiao Ruoyu simply replied, "Just busy with work."
But Chen Yuan was not the type to be easily deceived.
He continued to ask, "GWI bye, are you okay?" Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu's voice remained unusually calm. "I'm fine. I've been fine from the start. Why do you ask?"
Not wanting to drag the conversation on, Chen Yuan simply hummed in response and then hung up.
But things didn't end there.
He immediately issued an order, "Wang Kai, track the location of that call just now." Upon receiving the command, Wang Kai promptly responded,
"Master, just a few seconds. I've pinpointed the exact location, approximately 30 meters from you, northeast."
Chen Yuan was slightly startled upon hearing that.
"Huh? That close?"
He turned his head in that direction and realized that the area consisted of a complex of luxury villas.
A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. Something is going on here, and it's definitely not something normal.
Xiao Ruoyu had not left Mei Yuan during this period, her heart in turmoil, yet she remained steadfast. All this time, she had been lingering around Mei Yuan not by chance, but in pursuit of any trace of Chen Yuan. After exhausting all her words and inquiries, she finally discovered his whereabouts. And in order to be just a little closer to Chen Yuan, Xiao Ruoyu went all out, tripling the rent, offering an additional 200,000 to the previous tenant as a relocation incentive, hoping they would vacate as soon as possible. From that moment on, Xiao Ruoyu could occasionally catch sight of Chen Yuan standing on the balcony, slowly savoring a cup of coffee. Every time she did, a sense of calm washed over her, as if she had achieved some grand accomplishment.
But not every moment was as peaceful.
When faced with an unexpected storm of rejection, Xiao Ruoyu was utterly shaken. "Just now, Chen Yuan called me." A brief call, just a few simple words of concern before he hung up. But to me, it felt like a sliver of sunlight breaking through the raging storm of my life. Yet, it was nowhere near enough to ease the mounting frustration and sorrow weighing on my heart. She thought, no matter how chaotic my heart may be, I still try to appear calm, maintaining the demeanor of a proud goddess, revealing no weakness in front of Chen Yuan.
I don't want him to see a Xiao Ruoyu who has fallen, miserable and pathetic.
I want to prove that I can face everything alone, that no matter how fierce the storm, it will not make me falter. But saying it is easy, doing it is hard. The moment Chen Yuan hung up, that strong facade shattered instantly. Xiao Ruoyu could no longer hold back. Tears fell like rain, uncontrollable sobs escaping her lips. I can ignore thousands of insults online, I can turn a deaf ear to threats, but I cannot endure Chen Yuan's coldness. He called me, which means he has seen everything happening online.
But then what?
Just a few indifferent words before hanging up, not a single word of comfort, not a trace of genuine concern. This feeling of being treated like a complete stranger, it hurts more than any curse from the crowd out there.
Have I truly become someone who no longer matters to him?
She thought, if that day, I hadn't carelessly left my WeChat for Linny, if earlier, I hadn't seen those movie tickets in Chen Yuan's pocket belonging to someone else.
If back in high school, I had known that it was Chen Yuan who took the hit for me, silently protecting me from afar.
If just one of those things had changed, perhaps he and I would have been together long ago, with no third party coming between us, with no need to sit here today in regret.
But life does not come with an if. Once an opportunity is missed, it's gone forever.
Just as Xiao Ruoyu was drowning in her frustration, she was startled by the sound of the doorbell ringing. The moment the door swung open, the person standing before her left Xiao Ruoyu utterly stunned, her lips trembling slightly. "Chen Yuan, why are you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Yuan had already pulled her into his embrace, his gaze carrying both reproach and amusement. "You moved this close to my house, and you didn't even bother to tell me?" Xiao Ruoyu panicked, pushing him away in a fluster, her face burning with embarrassment. She scrambled to find an excuse. That. But before she could find a reason, Chen Yuan's next words completely defeated her. "You silly girl, there's nothing that can't be solved. No matter how much time passes, no matter how things change, in my heart, you will always be the goddess of our high school years." After saying that, he stepped forward and pulled her into his arms. And just like that, without needing any words, Chen Yuan pressed a firm kiss on Xiao Ruoyu's lips. In that moment, the two of them seemed to merge into one, leaving behind the chaotic world outside. And that feeling, being held tightly in the arms of the person she had longed for all this time, left Xiao Ruoyu utterly powerless. Her entire body leaned against Chen Yuan, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice choked with emotion. "Chen Yuan, I want to be with you. Even if there's no title, even if I can never marry you, I don't care. I just need you. I just need you by my side." Her last words melted into soft sobs, yet they carried more strength than any love confession ever could. The air in the room seemed to still for a moment. A flicker of emotion crossed Chen Yuan's heart before he gently patted her head and said, "First, let me cook you something to eat. You must have been exhausted all this time." This meal was nothing fancy, just simple tomato egg fried rice, but it held a special meaning for Xiao Ruoyu. She had no idea when her status in his heart had skyrocketed so quickly. "Honey, you're so good to me." Then, at some point, Xiao Ruoyu drifted off to sleep without realizing it. But this was undoubtedly the most restful sleep she'd had since being bombarded with hate online. Venomous words rained down like a torrential storm, netizens each throwing in their own remarks, some adding salt, others adding spice, turning her into a sinner of the ages. And under the suffocating weight of criticism and threats, Xiao Ruoyu's mind spiraled into chaos, as if she were being pushed into a dark abyss with no way out. But after the sleep, Xiao Ruoyu would despair no more. Right when Chen Yuan carried Xiao Ruoyu back to bed, a problem arose. She disregarded all common sense and decided to go all in. "Chen Yuan, I want to give myself to you." Chen Yuan froze, his hand supporting Xiao Ruoyu's waist trembling slightly. The girl in his arms was fragile yet unexpectedly intense, like a small breeze capable of sweeping away all his reason. As if afraid that Chen Yuan would leave, Xiao Ruoyu spoke her heart without hesitation. "Without hesitation, Chen Yuan, all my life, I have been nothing but a puppet of fate, arranged by my family, bound by duty, controlled by my mother like a mere chess piece. But tonight, I want to make my own decision, can I? Even if tomorrow I have to face all the consequences, even if I have to leave you, it doesn't matter. As long as tonight, I belong to you, that is enough. If you think I am reckless and shameless, I will accept it. If you think I am foolish, I won't mind. But, Chen Yuan, there is one thing I am certain of: I love you." The last words Xiao Ruoyu spoke were as light as a breath, yet they carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. In that moment, all of Chen Yuan's rationality was completely crushed. A man may be able to resist 10,000 enemies, but he cannot resist the woman he loves, who is placing her entire heart in his hands. He lowered his head and pressed a deep kiss onto Xiao Ruoyu's forehead. That night, the wind outside the window still blew, the moonlight still cast its glow upon the world, but the two of them no longer cared about time. The next morning, while Chen Yuan was preparing a sweet breakfast, his phone suddenly rang. The screen displayed the name Qin Wusong, a person whose calls always meant trouble, big or small, and never brought anything pleasant. As soon as Chen Yuan picked up, he was met with immediate complaints from the other end. "Chen Yuan, where are you? You disappeared early in the morning. I rang your doorbell so many times I almost broke my finger, and no one answered." Chen Yuan replied in a lazy tone, "What is it?" Qin Wusong got straight to the point without beating around the bush. "It's nothing major. The Wei family has a girl named Wei Ziling, my grandpa's good friend's granddaughter. She says she wants to invite us to a meal." Qin Wusong continued, that girl, just the other day, was raising her voice and defending that scumbag Yun, but I bet she knows now who's truly trustworthy. She wants to apologize to you, sincerely repent.
I think it's fine, people make mistakes.
Whether you forgive her or not is another matter, but you might as well meet her briefly for formality's sake. Chen Yuan nodded nonchalantly after hearing this and replied, "All right, I'll drop by later." After hanging up, he turned to Xiao Ruoyu and said, "GWI bye, go ahead and eat. Don't worry about what's happening outside. I just have a small matter to take care of and will head out for a bit." Xiao Ruoyu was happily eating, but as soon as she caught Chen Yuan's gaze, she immediately sensed something was up.
"Who called you this early in the morning? You're already busy?" Chen Yuan smiled and replied, "Just someone wanting to apologize. It's nothing major. I'll be back soon."
Hearing that, Xiao Ruoyu didn't press further, but her eyes carried a hint of something deeper.
Someone wanting to apologize? Why does that sound so suspicious? Who goes out this early in the morning just to invite someone to eat and apologize? Even though there was a slight reluctance in her heart, she still tried to appear at ease, not wanting to make things difficult for Chen Yuan. "Since I started managing the company and took on the role of chairman, I finally understood how many challenges come with running a large business. Every morning when I open my eyes, there are already hundreds of issues waiting to be handled. Every passing minute is money, and if things aren't managed well, countless people will be affected. Chen Yuan doesn't just have one thing to worry about, he has a mountain of responsibilities stacked upon him. He's not only dealing with the controversy surrounding me but also managing the operations of numerous companies under his wing. The pressure on his shoulders might be 10 times heavier than mine, yet he still makes time for me, stays by my side all night, and even gets up early to cook breakfast for me. That's what touches me the most. If, at this moment, I were to demand more, create trouble, or act weak, wouldn't that make me nothing more than an inconsiderate child?" Thinking of this, Xiao Ruoyu happily picked up her spoon and began to savor her breakfast as appreciatively as possible. While eating, she casually reached for her phone and turned on the screen. But the moment my finger swiped across the screen, the more I looked, the more I felt that something was off. Just yesterday, the entire social media world was in an uproar. News sites, big and small accounts alike, were dissecting the scandal of the so-called miracle scar removal cream that turned customers into monsters. The controversy was so intense that the keyword even climbed to the top of Weibo's trending searches. And yet, now, everything has vanished without a trace. Not only have all the posts about the incident disappeared, but even those who had criticized and condemned me the most are gone. Bloggers with millions of followers, accounts that had been furiously hurling insults mysteriously, their accounts have all been locked. Wait, where did everything go? Someone, please explain this to me. Could it be that someone has stepped in to clean up this mess for me? The more Xiao Ruoyu thought about it, the more she felt some powerful force must have intervened. But who could possibly have the ability to manipulate social media to this extent? Thinking it over again and again, only one name surfaced in her mind. Was it Chen Yuan? This thought had just appeared, and Xiao Ruoyu immediately felt as if her heart was being squeezed. A sudden warmth spread through her chest, the corners of her lips gently lifted, and her face reflected a deep, emotional contemplation. If it really was him, then how exactly did he do it? Why did everyone suddenly stop cursing at me overnight? Not believing her own eyes, Xiao Ruoyu hastily opened TikTok, Weibo, and in every platform where she could check for information, but the results remained unchanged. Every single defamatory post, all the negative comments, every account that had once spammed insults, all of them had disappeared completely, as if they had never existed. At this very moment, Xiao Ruoyu began to feel cherished, yet at the same time, a wave of worry washed over her. Tears welled up and fell not out of sadness, but from being overwhelmingly moved. Chen Yuan has never sweet-talked me with flowery words, yet his actions speak 100 times louder than anything he could say. Even if Chen Yuan doesn't marry me in the future, I will have no regrets. Having a soulmate like this in life, there's nothing more to ask for, even in death. And so, not only did Chen Yuan restore Xiao Ruoyu's faith, but he also triggered an explosive surge in her affection for him, reaching its absolute peak. The notification system, ting. The third officially max-level dog-licking entity has been detected. Reward, plus 10 to all attributes, with an additional enhancement bonus of plus 50 points.
While Xiao Ruoyu was lost in daydreams, Chen Yuan, Qin Wuson, and Wei Ziling had already gathered at a 24/7 hotpot restaurant, a haven for those both hungry and miserable. However, coming to eat hotpot early in the morning was truly an eccentric choice. As soon as Wei Ziling sat down, she patted her chest, putting on a bold and forthright demeanor. Her voice was filled with sincerity as she said, "Mr. Chen Yuan, Sister Wusong, I owe both of you an apology for what happened last time. I really didn't expect Shi Yun to look so gentle and honest on the surface, yet turn out to be such a despicable person behind our backs. Today, let this meal serve as my way of making amends. Order whatever you like, it's my treat." Hearing this, Qin Wusong couldn't help but blink and ask curiously, "Ziling, is your allowance really that low? You're the distinguished miss of the Wei family, yet when inviting the Smoke CEO to a meal, you choose to treat us to hotpot at dawn. Your family isn't poor, so why are you being so stingy?" Wei Ziling, upon hearing that, confidently patted her chest and said, "I am the miss of the Wei family. My monthly allowance reaches 5 figures. Besides, I think having hotpot is a true gesture of sincerity. Hotpot is steaming hot, the broth is fragrant, and once you eat it, all grudges are forgotten. Isn't it the perfect way to make peace?" Qin Wusong was utterly shocked. He turned to glance at Chen Yuan, as if searching for someone to share his astonishment. Chen Yuan, however, merely smiled and said nothing. "I buy at least 30 outfits a month, not to mention shoes, handbags, jewelry, cosmetics, and miscellaneous expenses. Adding everything up, I have to spend at least 1 million a month to get by. And yet, a miss from an illustrious family only gets several thousand as an allowance each month? Isn't the Wei family being a little too strict with their granddaughter?" Seeing that the two were still bewildered, Wei Ziling eagerly stood up and called for the waiter. "Waiter, I'd like to order." What was supposed to be a simple hotpot meal for fun ended up lasting a full 2 hours. At first, Wei Ziling was cheerful and relaxed, thinking that spending just 2,000 would be enough to treat Chen Yuan to a satisfying hotpot meal without being wasteful. But no, she had forgotten one important thing: Chen Yuan was not an ordinary person. Someone with strength and agility 17 times that of a normal human would undoubtedly have a food intake far beyond the usual amount. And the result? Chen Yuan devoured more than 3,000 in one go. The entire table was stunned, while Wei Ziling was so heartbroken that her soul practically left her body. "Oh my god, when did this guy's stomach become an endless void? Why is he eating like he's been starved for 10 days and half a month? Is he planning to eat not just the hot pot but the entire pot itself? And he doesn't even get fat? This is so unfair." Meanwhile, Chen Yuan calmly picked up a piece of beef, placed it in his mouth, and chewed with a hint of mild sympathy. "Little sister, if you've invited me to eat, you should have prepared yourself mentally. Have you ever heard the saying, 'The poor study well, the rich eat well'? Let me show you what it truly means to eat like the rich. Someone here is about to run out of money today." But before she could even process the shock, Wei Ziling suddenly remembered something even more important. She put down her chopsticks, looked at Chen Yuan seriously, and asked, "Mr. Chen Yuan, I have a question. How did you know I was poisoned and not just suffering from a cold?" Chen Yuan gave a cold smile, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint, as if he had been waiting for this question for a long time. "It's very simple. If it were a stroke, the symptoms would be completely different. First, a stroke usually causes facial paralysis and tongue stiffness, but your skin shows no such signs. Second, if it were a stroke, the patient would gradually show signs of recovery after being kept warm and having their acupoints massaged. But what about your grandfather? His condition hasn't improved at all, instead, it has worsened. That is the crucial point." However, before Chen Yuan could finish explaining, something completely unexpected happened. Wei Ziling suddenly clutched her stomach, her face turning pale as she cried out in pain, "Ah, it hurts so much." Qin Wusong panicked and quickly asked, "Ziling, is it because the hot pot was too spicy? Did you get a stomachache after eating it?" At this moment, Wei Ziling's face turned ashen, and cold sweat dripped down her forehead.
It hurts so much, I can't bear it.
Chen Yuan suddenly furrowed his brows, his gaze darkening.
It's not because of the spice.
She's been poisoned. Qin Wusong froze in shock.
What? Poisoned?
Chen Yuan immediately took out his phone and called for an ambulance, then explained, it was Shi Yun who poisoned her with TRM.
This type has been in her system for several days. Now it's spreading throughout her body. If we don't remove it immediately, it could be life-threatening.
The cheerful mood from the hot pot dinner vanished, replaced by sheer panic on the way back. In just over 10 minutes, as soon as Old Wei heard that his beloved granddaughter was in trouble, he didn't hesitate for even a second. He rushed straight to the hospital. And with just one phone call from Old Wei, the most skilled medical experts in Meiyuan City were urgently summoned. But something strange happened. No matter how many scans they ran, no foreign substance could be found. The experts stepped out, shaking their heads, their voices filled with helplessness. Based on our diagnosis, your granddaughter is highly likely suffering from acute renal failure.
We strongly recommend performing an immediate kidney transplant. The moment those words fell, Old Wei was so shocked he nearly fainted. What? How could it be that serious?
But before he could regain his composure, the specialist continued with even graver news. But there's a problem. Her blood type is Rh negative, also known as panda blood. People with this blood type are extremely rare. Out of 1,000, you might not even find one, let alone someone willing to donate a kidney. It's harder than plucking stars from the sky. And even if we do find a match, there's still no 100% guarantee the surgery will be successful. Old Wei, you should prepare yourself for the worst. These words struck Old Wei's ears like a sledgehammer slamming straight into his heart. His already tense mind went numb. Years ago, I experienced the pain of white hair bidding farewell to black hair once before. With my own hands, I sent my son to the funeral home, watched the person I loved most depart, powerless to stop it. And now, with one foot already in the grave, I have to face the prospect of losing my only granddaughter? No. No way. I will not allow that to happen. This granddaughter is the sole hope of the clan, the only thing I have left in this world. That's right, Mr. Beichen, the very name that makes all under heaven tremble. Even if I have to kneel and beg for his help, I must persuade Mr. Beichen to save her. At this moment, on the road near the hospital, a sleek Maserati was speeding like it was tearing through space. Inside the car, Qin Wusong gripped the steering wheel tightly, his face clearly tense, while Chen Yuan, sitting in the passenger seat, remained as composed as ever, showing no sign of urgency.
Hey, Chen Yuan, are you seriously not worried about Miss Wei? She has acute kidney failure. It's extremely dangerous.
The doctor said the only solution is a kidney transplant, but her blood type is rare, and finding a compatible donor is no easy task. Chen Yuan remained nonchalant, his expression showing not the slightest hint of concern.
Did I ever say I wouldn't help? The problem is, someone insists on acting like they don't need my help. I can't force them, can I?
Being a good person is exhausting. Help, and no one remembers. Don't help, and you get cursed for it.
Qin Wusong rolled his eyes in frustration and shot Chen Yuan a glare. This guy is so stubborn. He's probably waiting for Wei Ziling and Old Wei to bow their heads and personally apologize before he's willing to step in and save the day.
This time, at least Wei Ziling knows better. She came in person to apologize. But she's just a young girl in a powerful family, her words don't carry much weight. Meanwhile, Old Wei refuses to come forward and show sincerity.
That must be why Chen Yuan is still unimpressed, curling his lips in dissatisfaction.
Thinking of this, Qin Wusong couldn't help but shudder. Looking back, I myself once nearly lost my life to Shi Yun's poison needles. If it hadn't been for Chen Yuan's timely intervention, I might have already become nothing more than a memorial portrait hanging on the ancestral altar. That's why I understand better than anyone what it feels like to have death knocking at your door. And precisely because of that, I feel even more anxious seeing Chen Yuan remain so indifferent. With a sigh, Qin Wusong responded irritably, all right, I'll go talk to Grandpa and tell Old Wei to come personally and bow his head in apology to you.
Will that do?
Hearing this, Qin Yuan still replied with the same indifferent tone, hurry up.
Wei Ziling won't hold out much longer. You should also prepare yourself. Her condition is far more complicated than yours was before.
From the beginning until now, Chen Yuan had ignored everything, but when he spoke these words, his expression turned extremely serious. If my calculations aren't wrong, the toxin has already spread to her internal organs, causing rapid kidney failure. This isn't the kind of poison where you just pull the needle out and everything's fine, it needs to be detoxified from the inside out. He said, in that case, this poison isn't some cheap stuff, it could very well be secret medicine. The problem is, from the moment she's poisoned until death, it takes about 3 to 5 days.
There's no extra time to study it.
Xin Wusong was shocked upon hearing that. Then she thought about how Wei Ziling hadn't even had the chance to fully experience the best years of her life, yet now she was at risk of leaving the game early. A sudden chill ran down her spine. So you're saying she doesn't have much time left? There's still a whole future ahead of her, so many things she hasn't experienced yet, and now she might have to meet her ancestors so soon? No way, don't tell me even you are giving up. Chen Yuan shook his head, opened the passenger door, and stepped out of the car with a slightly annoyed expression. Calm down.
Who said she can't be saved? It's just that detoxifying her will take some preparation.
Hearing that, Xin Wusong felt somewhat relieved. Chen Yuan, then I'll head back first to take care of a few things, and while I'm at it, I'll talk to Grandpa and have him negotiate with Old Wei. Chen Yuan paused for a moment, then nodded.
All right.
But at that very moment, Xin Wusong slipped out of the driver's seat and dashed toward him like the wind.
Hey, wait a minute, Chen Yuan.
And then, before Chen Yuan could even react, a sweet, fragrant scent rushed in, followed by a touch as light as a butterfly landing on his left cheek.
The sensation hadn't even registered in his brain yet when a faint lipstick mark was left behind, undeniable evidence.
As soon as she finished, Xin Wusong feigned shyness, covering her face with both hands like the lead actress in a romance film.
AAA, this is so embarrassing, move out of the way. With that, she leaped back into the car, the engine roared a few times, and then she sped off, disappearing without a trace. Chen Yuan stood there for a few seconds before sighing in exasperation. Damn it, kissing and running away, what a delinquent woman.
But before he could recover, he suddenly felt 2 sharp beams of light piercing straight at him. One came from the northeast direction on the villa's balcony. Xiao Ruoyu was watering her flowers when she accidentally witnessed the entire high-speed affectionate exchange. She stood frozen, her eyes filled with question marks.
Well, damn.
If this had happened at any other time, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But just last night, I had a long heart-to-heart conversation with Xiao Ruoyu. And now, today, I got caught red-handed. This is karma. Not stopping there, another pair of eyes from the southeast direction belonged to Daihan, who had just moved in next door. She was busy renovating her interior and had even hired a professional home designer. And at that exact moment, she turned around just in time to catch that passionate moment. Chen Yuan, with his sharp eyes and keen hearing, witnessed the scene, sending a chill down his spine. How could this be such a coincidence? I feel like my fate is exactly like the male lead in a long-running TV drama, one crisis after another.
Stay calm, I must stay calm.
As long as I don't panic, there's still a chance to salvage this situation.
So Chen Yuan acted as if he hadn't seen Xiao Ruoyu and Daihan.
Meanwhile, on the balcony front, Xiao Ruoyu stood frozen, her brain processing at a speed faster than an F1 race car. Wait a minute, is he on a date with Miss Qin today? Miss Qin comes from an incredibly powerful family, her beauty is stunning, and her figure is top tier.
What do I have that's better than her? Judging from every aspect, it seems like I don't have any outstanding advantages at all.
Thinking of this, Xiao Ruoyu felt a bit downhearted, but she immediately corrected herself. Wait, what am I even thinking? According to the experience recorded in Tring de Quan, when girls are influenced by emotions, they often commit foolish and irrevocable acts, pushing themselves into an inescapable dilemma. But I cannot allow myself to follow in the footsteps of those characters in the book. I need to think rationally, see through the veil of emotions, and recognized the true nature of the situation.
She thought, if judged by appearances alone, this is indeed the typical behavior of a scumbag.
According to the usual script, I should immediately rush over and confront him, demand an explanation, then throw away my dignity and part ways in tears, ending this ambiguous relationship.
But hold on a second, part ways? Separate? What separation?
Chen Yuan has never once declared that he is my boyfriend, nor has he ever said that we are in an official relationship.
And the truth is, last night, it was me who deliberately took the initiative to approach him first.
Xiao Ruoyu, after a moment of daze, finally calmed down and began to ask herself, calm down. I never even considered making a fuss with Chen Yuan.
He's finally treating me a little more gently.
If I explode over this, I'll only push him further and further away. That's not what I want. Besides, Xin Wusong was the one who took the initiative to kiss Chen Yuan.
That doesn't mean he has feelings for her.
Not to mention, she kissed him and then ran away. Clearly, their relationship hasn't reached a concerning level yet. If I want to wear the crown, I have to bear its weight. If I want to keep this man, I need to have the skills to do so. Without capability and wisdom, I'll eventually be kicked out of the game by someone else.
If I can't even handle Qin Wusong, then who will I be able to compete with in the future?
On another front, Dai Han had witnessed everything, yet his attitude remained calm. I know Qin Wusong likes Chen Yuan like the back of my hand. Not to mention, last time, Chen Yuan even helped her remove a poison needle and took off his clothes on the spot. At most, it was just a brief touch of the lips.
What's there to be so tense about?
Thinking of this, Dai Han frowned slightly, and suddenly, a shocking realization struck her. Wait a minute, there's something very important I haven't considered.
Chen Yuan is a cultivator of immortality.
He might not just be in his 20s, he could have lived for over 100 years. Who knows, he might even be from the Republican era or even the Qing dynasty. Maybe he still holds the old-fashioned belief in having multiple wives.
Women are born with a fear of aging.
The more beautiful they are, the more they dread growing old unless they, too, can cultivate immortality to defy the natural order. If staying with Chen Yuan allows me to stay young longer and live a longer life, then this isn't just about feelings, it would be an incredible investment.
The next morning at Hongqiao railway station, a fleet of luxury cars streamed in, dazzling onlookers.
A total of over 100 supercars, more than 200 Bentleys, and an additional 300 Maybachs gathered to form an imposing lineup of 600 supercars, completely blocking the station's exit. And right at 10 o'clock, amidst the bustling crowd, a deep green train slowly pulled into the station. As the doors slid open, a man stepped out, his presence strikingly distinctive. He was dressed in a flowing black robe, carrying an old, weathered suitcase that made him look as if he had just walked out of a period drama. Standing at about 1.8 meters tall, his sharp facial features and aura exuded an air of otherworldly wisdom. Just one glance was enough to tell he was no ordinary person. I haven't descended the mountain in decades, and I never expected Mei Yuan to have changed so drastically. Young people these days sure have guts. Naturally, someone with such an appearance and presence appearing in a public place was bound to attract attention. Within mere seconds, countless eyes, especially those of young women, were drawn to him as if he were a magnet. A group of female students whispered excitedly among themselves, sneaking glances at him.
Oh my God, this uncle is insanely handsome. He looks a bit older, but he's oozing charisma. One of them chimed in, girl, your taste is a bit unique. You're only in your 20s, and he definitely looks older than your dad. But I mean, come on, he is ridiculously handsome.
Am I wrong? As everyone held their breath in anticipation, a figure clad in a flowing black robe, exuding the aura of an immortal sage, finally appeared and made his way forward. His steps were steady and imposing, his presence ethereal, as if a celestial being had descended upon the mortal world. One glance was enough to tell he was no ordinary man. At that moment, the entire crowd of tycoon elders rushed toward him, their faces alight with exhilaration as if witnessing the arrival of the god of fortune himself. Some of the most powerful figures even bowed deeply in reverence, performing a ceremony so grand it was akin to an emperor emerging from his palace. Welcome, Mr. Bei Chen.
Welcome, Mr. Bei Chen.
Yet, Mr. Beichin simply stood there, silently observing the bowed heads before him. His face remained calm, untouched by emotion. Clearly, he had long grown accustomed to such grand spectacles. With an effortless motion, he picked up his suitcase and walked forward with an air of quiet confidence. His domineering presence made the entire station hold its breath. I never expected that after 20 years away from the world, so many still remember me. Very well, there's no need for such formalities. Old Sheen lowered his head, clasped his hands together, and spoke with deep reverence. Senior, it has been a long time.
You remain as distinguished as ever. Sheen Tianfong pays his respects to master.
Beichin paused for a moment, then patted old Sheen on the shoulder, his tone slightly surprised. Huh?
You're Shao Qin? It's been so many years since we last met, I can't believe this little brat has grown up now.
Hearing this, the 500 bodyguards all turned to look at old Sheen, the corners of their mouths twitching. This man is, after all, 70 or 80 years old, with white hair, wrinkled skin, and surrounded by grandchildren and great-grandchildren, yet now he's being called Shao Qin.
Is this a mild insult or something? But thinking about it, it makes sense.
In front of Mr. Beichin, everyone is small and insignificant, like a child. Although old Sheen felt a little embarrassed inside, he thought to himself, in this world, probably only Mr. Beichin would dare to call me that.
So he still maintained a respectful expression. Master, you're joking. 60 years have passed in the blink of an eye.
Back then, I was a passionate young man, but now I've turned into an old man. At this moment, Mr. Beichin got straight to the point, his voice dropping to a deeper tone, carrying a hint of curiosity and doubt. Shao Qin, do you have any news about Shi Yun? He was supposed to come to Meiyuan to meet you and retrieve the 1,000-year ginseng you intended to gift me, but it's been several days now, and there's no word from him. Absolutely no news at all.
As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere around them slightly tensed, as if an invisible, chilling gust had swept through.
Sheen Tianfong hesitated for a moment, a sharp pain flickering through his chest, but he maintained a faint smile, striving to respond as calmly as possible. Master, forgive me, but I truly have no knowledge of Shi Yun's whereabouts. That day, he did attend my birthday banquet, but after that, I have no idea where he went. I had assumed he had already returned.
Of course, old Sheen wasn't foolish enough to spill anything about the poisoning.
Accusing a disciple of Beichin in front of so many people would be no different from slapping him straight in the face. Meanwhile, upon hearing this, Mr. Beichin immediately furrowed his brows, a flicker of unease flashing through his eyes. Something isn't right. My instincts have never been wrong, and this time, they are ringing alarm bells. A faint chill spread through the air, making those nearby involuntarily shudder, their spines turning cold as if someone had just poured a bucket of ice water over them from above. But before Beichin could ponder further, a wave of family heads and influential figures swarmed in, jostling for space, their faces filled with agitation, though the topic of discussion was far from pleasant. Everyone has a heartbreaking story about the illness of a loved one, always accompanied by a very familiar plea, help, please. When it was Wei Chang's turn to speak, his voice was still as desperate as if he were about to cry. Mr. Beichin, my niece, Wei Ziling, suddenly fell gravely ill yesterday.
Her condition is now extremely critical.
I humbly beg you, master, to lend your aid.
I will remember this great kindness for the rest of my life.
After speaking, old Wei felt as if his heart were on fire. My niece is lying on her sickbed, her condition dire, yet seeing the way Mr. Beichin coldly refused was no different from having a bucket of ice water dumped over me in the dead of winter. Old Wei was a good man, but Beichin regretted that he had to disappoint him completely. His face remained utterly expressionless as he calmly responded, his voice cold, your niece is sick, what does that have to do with me?
My disciple is missing, and I haven't even found them yet. Do you think I have the mood to concern myself with your troubles? There are countless sick people in this world, am I supposed to save every single one of them? Do you think I have that much free time?
Seeing that old Wei was still shamelessly lingering, Mr. Beichin let out a cold snort, his voice filled with irritation. Get lost.
I'm not in the mood to listen to your rambling.
The words struck like a hammer to the head, leaving old Wei frozen in place, his face turning pale. A lifetime of power and prestige, respected wherever I went, yet today, I've been dismissed so ruthlessly that there's nothing left to say. But Old Wei didn't dare to argue because Bei-chen had always been domineering in his ways, acting solely on his own terms. He never cared about how powerful someone was or how wealthy their family might be. If one wished to beg him for something, they had to pick the right moment. Unfortunately, Old Wei had chosen the wrong time. Old Qin stood awkwardly in the middle, clearly caught in a difficult situation. I never expected Mr. Bei-chen to suddenly lash out like this. Just yesterday, Xiaosong assured me with absolute confidence that Chen Yuan had a way to save Wei Ziling. But then again, Chen Yuan is merely a young man with some medical knowledge. How could he possibly compare to the legendary medicine king of the martial world? That man is the #1 master, the best doctor. If Mr. Bei-chen takes action, then we can be truly assured. Who would have thought? The moment he opened his mouth to plead, Mr. Bei-chen not only flatly refused but also scolded Old Wei with a thunderous fury right in the middle of the crowd. As for Old Wei, he fell into utter despair. Without a moment's hesitation, he dropped to his knees before Bei-chen, his voice filled with urgent pleading. "Master, my granddaughter is in critical condition. She's not even 18 yet, she has her whole life ahead of her. Please, I beg you to save her. She truly cannot wait any longer. Master, as long as you are willing to extend a helping hand, I am willing to offer my entire life's fortune. Even if I lose everything, I will not regret it so long as you save her." At this point, Old Wei had nothing left to lose because, to him, dignity no longer mattered. No matter how much ridicule he might face from the world, no matter if he lost all his honor, if it meant saving Ziling, he was willing to do anything. Some of the family heads, who had previously taken some pleasure in seeing Old Wei being berated by Mr. Bei-chen, could no longer bring themselves to laugh. They were right. Just because you have wealth and power doesn't necessarily mean you're heartless. When faced with the life of a loved one, everyone bows their head in the end. Qin Tianfang stood there, his face twitching, feeling as if thousands of donkeys were running wild inside his heart. I've been watching Mr. Bei-chen's cold demeanor this whole time, not daring to utter a word. But seeing Old Wei kneeling and crying like a tragic scene from a long-running drama, I just can't stand by any longer. Taking a deep breath, Old Master Qin mustered all his courage and spoke up, his tone filled with persuasion. "Master, saving a life is more valuable than building 7 great towers. Old Wei here is truly in despair. His granddaughter's condition is critical. She was once a lively and adorable little girl, but out of nowhere, she fell victim to a strange illness that led to kidney failure. Right now, even the top hospitals have given up, the doctors are at a loss. It's reached the point where a transplant isn't even an option because the girl has panda blood." At these words, the atmosphere grew heavier than ever. Old Wei clenched his fists tightly, his heart pounding as he anxiously awaited Mr. Bei-chen's response. Everyone held their breath, fearing that Mr. Bei-chen would casually throw out another remark completely unrelated to him. If that happened, Old Wei might just faint on the spot. But surprisingly, the moment Bei-chen heard about Wei Ziling's condition, his expression changed in an instant. His face, usually as cold as a 1,000-year-old glacier, suddenly stiffened, and a flicker of thought flashed through his eyes. Acute kidney failure, and right after meeting Shi Yun? Damn it, that bastard, what the hell is he doing? Handling things like he just took a shit and didn't even bother wiping his ass? Having reached a definite conclusion in his mind, Bei-chen shifted his attitude and spoke a short but thunderous command, carrying the weight of rolling thunder: "Go to the hospital." The surrounding crowd immediately erupted in commotion. No one expected Mr. Bei-chen to change his mind so suddenly. Some even regretted not doing what Old Wei had done, assuming that Bei-chen must have been moved by Old Wei's sincerity. But whatever the reason, the most important thing was Mr. Bei-chen had agreed to step in. At that very moment, Old Wei was overjoyed. His aged, wrinkled face seemed to shed 10 years in an instant as he stammered repeatedly. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." Deep inside, he kept silently expressing his gratitude to the heavens. Never in my life did I think there would come a day when I'd have to kneel and beg someone. But if that's the price to save my granddaughter, I'd pay it no matter what. In just a moment, a large crowd swarmed into Mei Yuan Hospital, causing chaos throughout the entire internal medicine ward. People pushed and jostled their way through, each eager to witness firsthand how Mr. Bei-chen would go about saving a life. But in truth, most of them were simply there for the spectacle. After all,
it was a rare occasion to see the legend of the Medicine King take action. As soon as he stepped into the hospital room, Mr. Bei-chin did not immediately take action. Instead, he simply sat down and observed Wei Ziling for a long while before taking her pulse for diagnosis. At first, there seemed to be nothing unusual, but the moment he finished, his expression changed in shock. This girl has been struck by the golden meteor needle, an exclusive hidden weapon of Medicine King Valley. Those who are hit by this weapon have no way of knowing it themselves. If no one discovers it in time and removes it, they will undoubtedly die within 7 days. However, what furrowed Mr. Bei-chen's brows even more was the fact that, apart from himself, there was only one other person in this world who knew how to use the golden meteor needle, Shi-yun. The mere mention of this disciple's name stirred complex emotions within him. He turned his gaze back to the girl on the bed. She had delicate features, fair and smooth skin, and though her eyes remained closed, she still looked adorably endearing. He let out a faint snort and clicked his tongue. That bastard Shi-yun, although he enjoys having fun and loves playing pranks, he wouldn't go as far as to harm someone for no reason. If I'm not mistaken, the boy has fallen for this girl, so he's using his old tricks again. Thinking of this, Bei-chin couldn't help but chuckle, a hint of nostalgia surfacing in his heart. Back in the day, I used this trick too. The so-called hero saving the beauty, it's exactly like this. First, put the target in danger, then appear at just the right moment to rescue them. Once you've saved their life, they'll naturally be grateful, maybe even develop feelings, and from there, become completely infatuated, willing to give themselves in return. But the more he thought about it, the smile on Bei-chen's face faded. His eyes narrowed, and his thoughts deepened. If everything had gone according to plan, Shi-yun should have shown up by now. He should be playing the role of the miraculous savior, stepping in to heal at the last moment and stirring emotions. So why hasn't he appeared yet? Doesn't he know that if the golden meteor needle remains in the body for more than 6 days, even the antidote might not work? This thought suddenly flashed through Bei-chen's mind, and he immediately sensed that something was off. No, this isn't right. Shi-yun has received 3 parts of my true teachings. He wouldn't act recklessly. Unless something has happened to him. Just as Bei-chen was still pondering this thought, Old Wei, who had been anxiously waiting all this time, couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. Mr. Bei-chen, my granddaughter. Do you have any way to treat her? Bei-chen raised an eyebrow and replied indifferently, did I ever say I would treat her? Old Wei's jaw dropped upon hearing this, nearly losing his balance. But didn't you just? Bei-chen calmly interrupted him and turned to leave. I came to the hospital to confirm something, not to treat anyone. Now that I've confirmed it, let me ask you, my disciple, Shi-yun. Have you seen him? Old Wei, when questioned, was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Master, I'm not entirely sure, but I can immediately order the Wei family to search for his whereabouts. If necessary, I can even post missing person notices across all news platforms. With how advanced information technology is nowadays, there's no such thing as someone going missing without a trace. But please, sir, I beg you to save my granddaughter first. As he spoke, Old Wei was so anxious that he was on the verge of tears. However, Bei-chen still turned away, showing no sign of being moved or swayed by the plea. Then, upon hearing this, Bei-chen glanced at the surrounding crowd before continuing to ask, when was the last time any of you saw him? Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, a voice rang out, Mr. Bei-chen, as far as I know, Mr. Shi-yun was last seen at Old Chin's birthday banquet, but that gathering didn't seem to go too smoothly. It turned out to be Du Tianwen, the influential head of the Du family group in Nation HK. Seeing an opportunity, he stepped in, seizing the moment to throw dirt on the situation. Du Tianwen said, it all started when Old Wei suffered a stroke and collapsed in the middle of the banquet. Fortunately, Mr. Shi-yun stepped in to save him, pulling him back from the gates of the King of Hell. Yet, after regaining consciousness, not only did the old man fail to show any gratitude, but he even sided with Smoke CEO, accusing Shi-yun of poisoning him with malicious intent. As if that weren't enough, right at the banquet table, Smoke CEO was so vile that he delivered a thunderous slap to Shi-yun in front of everyone. That day, everyone present was stunned. No one had expected such a thing to happen. Humiliated in front of so many people, Mr. Shi-yun said nothing, simply clasped his hands together, and left. Since that day, no one has seen him again.
As soon as Du Tianwen finished speaking, the temperature in the hospital room plummeted, and the atmosphere grew unbearably heavy. Bei Chen's expression darkened, and a chilling, murderous aura radiated from him so oppressive that anyone standing nearby felt their spine turn ice cold.
Who is this smoke CEO? He dared to lay a hand on my disciple?
Sensing an opportunity to kill with a borrowed knife, Du Tianwen hastily continued, Smoke CEO is rumored to be a financial tycoon with a mysterious background and powerful forces behind him. Anyone who crosses him simply disappears. Du Tianwen continued, on the internet, people call him the nation's male god, with everyone swarming to admire him like bees to honey. He's so powerful that he once wiped out the Li family, one of the 4 great families, in just a single day for offending him. Decades of foundation turned to dust in an instant, leaving them no chance to react. He's the type who loves to fight, never putting anyone in his eyes. At old Master Qin's banquet, Shi Yun merely overstepped his bounds a little, yet he was mercilessly put in his place. To the point that now Shi Yun has completely disappeared, and no one dares to say it has nothing to do with him. Hearing that his disciple had been humiliated so severely just for accidentally overshadowing Smoke CEO, Bei Chen was so furious that his face changed through 3 shades red, green, then purple. Wei family, you truly are shameless. My disciple saved a life and didn't even receive a word of gratitude, only to be insulted in return. And now, you still have the audacity to ask me to save your granddaughter? Do you even look at yourselves in the mirror? Very well, Smoke CEO, I'll remember this name. No matter who he is or how great his power is, he will have to pay the price. Once he crosses my bottom line, there's no way he'll live in peace and go on vacation like nothing happened. Old Wei felt a chill run down his spine, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, as if the entire sky had collapsed right before his eyes. The hope of saving his granddaughter was utterly shattered. And now, the story was about to take an unexpected turn. Understanding the disciple's vengeful nature, Bei Chen furrowed his brow and continued to ask, then let me ask you, after this incident, did anything happen to Chen Yuan? Du Tianwen did not hesitate and promptly reported, Master, indeed something did happen. Right after old Qin's birthday celebration at the Emperor Hotel, the very next day, a terrifying attack broke out. That Smoke CEO sure has a knack for making enemies. Not only did he antagonize people domestically, but he also managed to offend some mysterious foreign organizations. As a result, he was hunted down. But the Smoke CEO must have been born under a lucky star. While most people would be terrified being chased with knives or guns, he was shotted with over a dozen rocket rounds and still survived. To this day, no one can explain this phenomenon. If you don't believe me, I have video evidence right here. Mr. Bei Chen, please take a look. The moment the video started playing, it was as if all the air had been sucked out of the room. Bei Chen felt a heavy weight pressing down on his chest, as though something was crushing him. A gut feeling warned him that something was terribly wrong. His hands hurriedly swiped across his phone, instantly pulling up the video of Smoke CEO being shot. Others might not understand why Smoke CEO could appear before everyone just a few hours later, unscathed, not even a single hair out of place, but Bei Chen, the Medicine King, understood at a glance. A bold hypothesis immediately surfaced in his mind, the world surely doesn't know yet. When it comes to the art of disguising, Medicine King Valley is the true master, no joke. Shi Yun must have used a disguising technique to take on that man's appearance for a little act of retribution. But who would have thought that the opponent was so cunning, seeing through the plan and turning the tables, framing Shi Yun, making him take the full brunt of the hunt in his place? Has Shi Yun fallen now? The moment he realized the gravity of the situation, Bei Chen, the Medicine King, could no longer remain calm, not even for a second. His entire being erupted in a raging inferno of fury, his presence surging like a tempest sweeping through the room. Anyone standing nearby felt their hair stand on end, their skin covered in goosebumps. In the midst of his fury, Bei Chen Medicine King roared, Chen Yuan, are you looking for death? As soon as the words left his mouth, flames of rage ignited in his eyes. A murderous aura surged wildly as Bei Chen grabbed Du Tianwen's neck and squeezed as if crushing an orange. And just like that, the the billionaire chairman, alive one moment, was sent straight to meet his ancestors the next without even a chance to write his will. The entire room fell into a stunned silence, no one dared to breathe too loudly. Until now, they had only thought of Bei Chen Medicine King as a miracle doctor, a savior of the world, one hand holding precious medicine, the other gripping the staff of benevolence. Some had even planned to exploit the Medicine King to eliminate their rivals. But who could have expected that this legendary healer was not only capable of curing diseases but could also cure someone's fate in an instant? No one dared to speak. No one dared to move. The air was so tense, it felt like it could be sliced into pieces and chewed. At this moment, Bei Chen Medicine King was no different from a demon descending upon the world, his entire being radiating a suffocating, killing intent. Humph, fools! You thought you could use me? Playing tricks like this and still hoping to match wits with me? You truly are deaf to the sound of gunfire. Bei Chen continued, as for you, Smoke CEO, you will have to pay a price so terrifying that no one dares to imagine it. At that moment, Chen Yuan was relaxing, savoring a rare moment of peace in his tumultuous life. But fate seemed to have no affinity with the word peace for him, because just as he was letting his soul drift with the clouds and wind, his phone suddenly rang loudly. He glanced at the screen and saw that it was Qin Wusong calling. Chen Yuan, this is bad. A great disaster is about to strike. Chen Yuan frowned, still struggling to process the information. What? Don't tell me Wei Ziling can't hold on any longer. Alright, I'll head to the hospital right away. Hearing that Chen Yuan was planning to go to the hospital, Qin Wusong became visibly panicked, his voice full of anxiety. It's not about that. You must absolutely not go to the hospital. Mr. Bei Chen, he has already arrived at Meiyuan, but the problem is that he has been instigated by someone. Right now, he has declared that he wants to kill you. Chen Yuan said, what? Chen Yuan hadn't even fully processed that statement when Qin Wusong continued, I used to think Bei Chen was a peerless master, but who would have thought he's just a madman? He lost his mind, stormed straight into the hospital, and right in front of everyone, strangled the boss of the Du family from Nation HK to death. You need to be careful this time, he's coming for you. She continued, I also heard from my family that Mr. Bei Chen has not changed his appearance even after 60 years. He looks exactly the same as when he first appeared, not even a single gray hair. However, Chen Yuan didn't seem the least bit alarmed. Alright, I got it, he said. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yuan wasn't too worried, but inwardly, he was cursing, looks like this Bei Chen has finally found out that his disciple has gone to meet the ancestors. He must already know the cause, the process, and the outcome, yet he's still flying into a rage, wanting to kill someone. Damn it, does he have some kind of mental problem? Sure, Yun was killed by agents, what does that have to do with me? Instead of crossing the ocean for revenge, he comes after me? Or is it just that he only knows how to bully the weak, those who are easy to deal with? If Bei Chen had Shi Yun as a disciple, does that mean I, Chen Yuan, the renowned and unparalleled Smoke CEO, wouldn't have a master of my own? If he knows the art of disguising, does he think I wouldn't?